Hello, everybody. How's it going? Happy Tuesday. Hope you all are doing well. Be back with some more Remnant 2 today at the more usual stream time. We had planned on potentially doing some more Elden Ring today, but Charlie was feeling a little under the weather, so we decided to postpone until tomorrow, at least potentially tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. This always messes with my cursor. Every time I like tab back into the game, my cursor's like way off to the side for some reason. 1 second. Okay, there's that. OBS, Twitch, etc. announcement is probably lagging behind a little bit. Sometimes it just does that. I don't know why, but we'll see. All right. So yeah, gonna do some more Remnant 2 today, y'all. It's been several days since I played, so hopefully my muscle memory will come back quickly. But yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. But I've been jonesing to play some more. There's the alert. Good. All right. Let's see. We left off. I think we had. Yeah, we just got into starting up Yaisha here in our current playthrough. Trying to think. We already finished our other two biomes, at least as much as I think I could have. The only other thing we could have potentially done, like in Lasam, would have been like finishing that Postulan's Parlor puzzle, which I have to kind of do in co-op anyway. It's possible that there's like one or two things we could still do there that doesn't require co-op, but I don't even really want to like try to go back to that, frankly, unless I have someone to, or maybe even multiple someones to do it with. Just because it seemed like the some of that like game puzzle thingy with those locked doors, I guess they can only really be opened with doors being closed while people are in there, which would require at least one other person in co-op to join you to make that work. So we'll just kind of like not worry about that. I don't think there was anything else that I had left in this world, though. I'm trying to think. There might have been like one sort of puzzle or something we might have come across that we didn't solve, but I'm having trouble like thinking of anything very specific in Lasam. As for the labyrinth, I think we were pretty much as good as we could possibly be there as well. But Nerud, on the other hand, we finished Nerud last time, like literally right at the end, and then we came back to Yaisha to just start it, and we talked to, well, not technically the Empress directly, the Immortal Empress. We talked to like her speaker, I don't know, the High Priestess or something. As far as I'm aware, you know, like many other entities in these games, I wouldn't really assume them, like Genus, the Empress, to be particularly on the side of good. We are potentially doing something for them. They tasked us to go kill like a beast or something like that, which we have to do anyways to get the segments for the keeper in the labyrinth, or whatever it's called. I can't remember if I think it was the keeper, but that might be, I might be thinking of something in the first game. Hey Anna, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. What was I gonna say? Yeah, the thing is though that like I have like having knowledge from the first game, we know that like both kind of the Wanderer character and like even Ford before you sort of would have sided with the rebels of the Pan world, Yaisha, not so much the Immortal Empress. So if it turns out that they want us to like kill, you know, someone related to them, that's obviously not going to be a good deal. And I wouldn't mind fighting the Empress, although again, it's one of those situations where it's like I may have done the exact same thing as the Crimson King dude, where I might have chosen one thing which now prevents me from even doing a fight. possibly, unless I just start shooting. But that's okay, because we can try to experience these things like on another playthrough or in adventure mode or something. We'll see how it goes. Just started the Fallout. My throat's a bit itchy though. Well, I hope that's not you getting sick or anything. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I was a little sleepy this morning. I was still down to do some more Elden Ring, but yeah, Charlie was not feeling great. So I ended up just going back to bed to get some extra sleep. So yeah, I'm feeling decently rested now for some Remnant. I wasn't sure if I was going to just take the day off or stream today, but like knowing that I do have a trip coming up pretty soon where I will be off from stream from the 12th through the 20th, I guess I should say. Maybe even slightly before the 12th. The 12th is when I leave, so I don't know that I'll get much streaming done before then, like the days preceding it, but we'll see how it goes. So obviously, you know, not that I won't be around at all social media wise, but like I might be able to watch some or tune into some streams here and there, but I won't be able to stream myself on those days because I'll be in Florida visiting my dad. So yeah, the most I'll be bringing with me is a laptop to do some work and maybe occasionally socialize a little bit. That'll be about all I can do. In fact, the laptop that I have, I gotta see if there's like some games I want to put on it, because I'll probably want like some downtime to like play some shit while I'm there. But my laptop is slightly older than my PC. Not that it's bad, but it had the issue of like it's one of those low profile ones that like while it's capable of a fair bit, like it overheats very quickly. And the fans in it just turn into like little jet engines, so I gotta do some like maintenance on it to see if I can you know, throttle some of that so that it keeps itself from not getting too hot whilst also not turning into an airplane. Also, and Shadowhex, how's it going? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well as well. The only other thing I was thinking of, so there were a couple of things I guess we may have missed out on in Nerud. The hatchery had like those robot doors that we couldn't open. I do kind of think, I didn't look this up to confirm or anything, but I do kind of think that I would have had to like pull the boss back through that hallway to maybe get those doors to open. Because the only thing, like, it occurred to me last time I streamed this, but there was one of those like locked doors with a robot behind it in the boss room, or there were actually a couple, and I feel like one of them did open, but only when we got close to it or when the boss specifically got close to it, perhaps. So either the boss or myself had to get close to it mid-boss fight, which may have meant like just retreating back down that hallway to get the boss to like go down that way to get all those doors to open, because otherwise I don't know how those doors open in the hatchery. I should honestly just look it up sometime just to see if that's indeed the way that works, or if there is some other way. Either we can't do it in my current campaign, or there's some very, very hidden secret to get them to open. Because like I tried shooting the doors and stuff. I didn't really try like emoting in front of them, but I don't know if there's like a weird switch somewhere, like another little power puzzle, like shooting an explosive electrical thing. But there were like a couple of things, because like there was also this ship, right? This I did look up, as much as I'm not a big fan of looking things up. I don't think I can actually do this right now. I'll actually just travel here really quick to just show you what I'm talking about. I was very like unsure, because it seemed to me like I needed a specific item, but I just wanted to be sure that it wasn't like as simple as like you just got to go emote in front of a door or some shit. So there's this ship here in Nerud, the Titan's Reach thing that we loaded in our campaign, which has this locked door that scans you and does not let you in, which would, you know, indicate that you have to like you have to be scanned properly in some fashion. And then this thing went on and on about like gravitational loaders or some shit like that. Like these machines that we had to like do something with, except there's nothing really to interact with here. So I think what this is referring to is a different thing that can load into Nerud. Like there's these, unless they actually are here, but I don't think they are. There's like these, one thing that you can get in your campaign is another sort of like big machine ship, sort of like this, I guess, but around it will be these big, I don't know what to call them. Well, I mean, I guess they'll be the gravitational loaders, but there's like these big boring machines that are like kind of like stomping into the ground or drilling into the ground or something. And you can't really do anything with them, but underneath one of them, there's like a pit that you can go into. It's like kind of hidden. Because, you know, if you were just to step under one of these things, you would just get squished like a pancake. But under one of them, there's like a pit you can drop down in. There's a whole bunch of enemies you can fight down there. And one of the enemies down there has, I don't know if it's a guarantee, but they can drop a special helmet. Like it's like the space the space stuff that I've got here. We did try this, the space worker mask, and the entire spacesuit. But they drop like a navigator helmet or something like that, and I guess if you wear that and get scanned, then that door opens. And again, normally I particularly don't like looking stuff like that up unless I'm just thoroughly confused about something, but in this particular case, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't being an idiot and just doing something like very simple, but like, or that it needed to something very simple done, but I was just doing it incorrectly or something. So yeah, that's what happened there, I guess. So what that means is that in my current campaign world, I don't think we can actually open that door. And similarly, the doors in the hatchery and the couple of other glyph lock doors that we came across in Nerud, I think we just can't open unless I missed something somewhere. But there was like, I forget exactly where they were, but there was one like in one of these facility areas. There was a glyph door, and then there was another one in, I think, Astropath's Respite, I think it was. The one with like the big gauntlet at the end. Unless that was the Void Vessel facility. I forget which one it was. Oh no, it's this one, Vault of the Formless. Not bad. But yeah, there was a glyph lock door at the end of that, and we didn't have a glyph for that either. But I don't think there was any way for me to find them unless I missed some little random treasure on the outskirts of one of these maps or something. Although, there's something here I just realized. Is there an enemy near me? Shouldn't be. Are we? I don't know. Maybe we're not 100% done with Nerud, because normally these question marks are only going to appear when there's like another crystal to get to, but I don't remember seeing any other way. This looks like a whole nother, it's like another planet almost, the symbol for it, but I don't know what this is supposed to be. Or how we would get to it, because I've been to everywhere on these maps that I'm aware of anyway. That's gonna bug me now. If this may just be something that we can't get to, just because it shows something unexplored doesn't necessarily mean that it's something we can get to, but now I'm like genuinely wondering if I've like missed a whole little dungeon somewhere. Because if we look at the map, at least this map, I believe all of the exit avenues have been done already. There's an elevator up here, but I believe we came out the other side of that. But yeah, all of the exit doors are marked with yellow, which means we've been into them. Doesn't necessarily mean we've fully explored them all, but I'm pretty sure we have. this map, it's the same situation. We've been to every possible area from here. There could be something else, I suppose, in Sentinel's Keep, maybe, that would lead us here somehow, maybe. But I'm also wondering if there's, like, if this is something we could potentially access later, if anything develops on their route at some point, after, like, defeating the main quest here. Because we talked to the priest guy, I forget his name, if he even told us, at the Ascension Spire. And after we got our, like, reward for, you know, helping him regain access to the core or whatever it was, he gave us a reward, and then it was just like, okay, you can go now. I'm too busy to talk. I got stuff to do to get us ready to go into a black hole. Which could have something to do with this, by the way. This could be, like, the black hole or something. Maybe. If something, like, does develop here. Let me just go over here really quick. I just want to see now that, like, maybe a little bit of time has passed. If he probably won't say anything at all, but I just want to check. I thought my game froze for a second there. But yeah, while we're here, this map is the same way. All of the doors should be explored. The only thing about this map that still bugs me a little bit is that there's this little unexplored upper section over here, but I could not find any single way to get up there, and it may just be a rock spire like these other areas that you can't get up on top of. But it's just that there's parts of it that look almost like there's paths leading up there, like especially on this end. It's kind of hard to see. But that could literally just be the way the terrain is shaped, because there's little areas like that where like over here where it looks like there could be a path leading off to that way, but there's not. It just ends over there. So yeah, I don't know. It gets, with these kinds of like randomized map connection pieces for these games, like stuff gets a little confusing. I don't know if these overworld area maps get randomized at all, or if they're 100% the same and just the doorways, you know, leading to different dungeons, if those dungeons are the only things that get randomized. I'm not 100% sure. I think someone said, at least in the first game, the overworld maps themselves were not random. It was just the dungeons, but I don't know if that's accurate or if it's accurate in this game. But yeah, you know, it doesn't mean that I couldn't have potentially missed something. There could be like a little pit to drop in somewhere that could lead somewhere. Who knows? I think once I'm done checking in with this guy, we'll just go back to Yaisha regardless. But I may try to see if I can figure something else out regarding the,
Entropy is coming. Accomplish what you must, then leave Nerud to me.
Okay, he has nothing else new to say. That's what I figured. Because, yeah, I mean, there could be like a little pit somewhere to drop in that could potentially lead to some little hidden dungeon entrance somewhere on one of these maps. Like there's like a little pit there and another one over here, but I'm pretty sure those don't actually lead to anything. I think they're not even really pits, they're just like water. And I don't know, it's also possible that I went into a dungeon but didn't fully explore it or something. What the heck? Why is that not... Okay, that's like glitched. Hello. I don't think there's anything special with this. I'm assuming it's just glitched. For a second there, I was just like, does this lead you to something maybe? But that's not how... I know it's got like a force field on it, but obviously, if you've watched... Everything... Oh, what is going on? I'm not doing any damage to the enemies here. Are they even remotely hostile? Like, do they notice me? They're just ignoring my presence. Okay, I'm gonna hope this is just a momentary glitch and not my game being, like, completely screwed somehow. Let's leave this place. Because that's not supposed to be like that. Unless the enemies in this particular area have been made completely non-hostile somehow. But yeah, I wish I knew what this question mark was. Because on every other map that we've been to, we've fully explored it and there were no remaining question marks, or at least between the labyrinth and between Lasam, there's no remaining question marks. And seeing one here that I didn't even notice before makes me assume that I missed something. Like maybe this is the one that had the spacesuit in it, I believe. This is the ship thingy I was just talking about. Timeless Horizon is just the map itself. Vault of the Formless is the one with the gauntlet, and then Astropath's Respite. I forget what the... Oh, this was the one with the ghost boss. Yeah, hopefully it's just a temporary bug, but I really want to know what the hell this is, and if there's any way to actually get there. It kind of doesn't seem like there is, because I've been everywhere. Or everywhere else, at least. The only other thing I can think to do would maybe be to go back after I check this really quick. And then I promise we will go back to Yaisha and actually progress in the game one way or the other, but what about this one facility? Well, okay. I kind of want to double check that too, but let me come over here really quick just to make sure. And I'm going the wrong way. Alright. I can still shoot these guys. I guess we're okay. Thank God. I was genuinely a little concerned that the game was going to be like permabugged there. It's also like kind of taking a minute to refamiliarize myself with the game because I haven't played for a little bit. Okay. It took me a second to remember what I needed to do that. So one thing about Neyrud, man, is it's like you get all these like zombified alien dudes who they just sort of like appear half the time. Like I think they're there, but they blend in with the environment a lot. Like just there, I couldn't even see that that guy had dropped down there. I didn't know where he went. There's an item up there. Okay. We're not going to be able to climb that. Hold up. How do I get up onto this guy right here? Come on. Trying to figure out what I'm going to do in my, slash build my second Fallout 76 camp. You're still playing the same character, I assume, right?
right, let's do this.
Some forged iron. I mean, I guess that's not a bad thing to have, but... Okay. You're apparently able to have more than one camp nowadays, but only one active at a time. So if you deactivate, like, another one by, you know, making, like, another camp your active one, does it just kind of, like, temporarily remove your other camp, or... as in, like, it's not going to be visible to other players and stuff like that, or have any other sort of, like, active effects or whatever, until you, like, just go back and reactivate it? Or do you have to, like, straight up rebuild another camp afterwards? Damn that. Okay, let me roll, please. And I do really like the regen stuff that I got going on right now. It's pretty strong.
Okay, this is it.
All right. Yeah. So, but I don't think there was anything else really here. There's a couple of parts of different maps that look like they could be hiding something, like in certain corners or on certain little plateaus or whatever. But I don't really think they really have anything going on in them. All right, this was the building I wanted to recheck. At least nothing more than haven't already seen. Oh. Top performer. I guess it's because I leveled up. I got to the max gunslinger. Oh, shit.
Glad that's over.
There we go. Okay. Got a little spicy. You just have to reactivate it. It just disappears temporarily. No rebuilding required, and I can just change the active camp from the map. Alright, that's cool. 2 camps are default, but you can buy more slots. I made the second to complete some challenges and to get a better fast travel point. Yeah, that's totally... that makes sense for sure. I would definitely want to have a camp that seems like a ideal fast travel station, basically, but at least for whatever area I was kind of like actively questing, farming, etc. in. Alright, I don't think there was really anything else here. There's always like little random things that I find intriguing that I keep wondering, is like, could this be something? Could that be something? But like, I know we went down there and that was just a dead end. Yeah, I might. Okay, well, we're gonna go to. Wait, hold on. There's like a chest here. We're gonna definitely go to Yaisha and just start doing some of that, I think. But I do want to see if I can figure out at some point whatever that last question mark on the main map is, if it actually is something that we can somehow get to, or if it's something that we are just straight up locked out of because of how we progressed this area or how it rolled, etc. Um, I do wish I could get the helm I needed to open this door, though. It kind of sucks that, like, this spawned, but then the rest of it did not. The other, like, thing we would need to do to get in there, which is not abnormal. Again, in this game, you know, you have, sometimes you get puzzles that don't have like a solution, or rather, if you think of it more like a lock without a key, because it just doesn't spawn in the campaign that you're in currently, or get rolled rather. But we can always try to do like some adventure mode stuff at some point to see if I can get like the remaining things that would help me get what I don't have here, or you know, even like those glyphs to open those doors. I still don't know that there's any way to open those doors in the hatchery without just redoing that. So whatever that purple item there, the ring that was on the other side of that one door, I don't know that we're getting that. Okay, I don't know why that's telling me that again right now. All right, so yeah, for now, let's just continue. I'll head back to the Withering Weald. So there's no question marks on this map right now, which is... But I feel like it shows you more when you've, like, opened up a new map. Like, when you've opened up, like, one of these big map areas, that's when it'll show you, like, there's a question mark thing or something. But I don't know if there's any way to get this. I guess before we leave, let me just quickly go back to Sentinel's Keep and just make sure there's nothing else we can do there. And we'll just move on. So I just want to make sure that, like, we can't somehow mess with the core or something. It doesn't really look like it. There's no, like, console for me to interact with. It's just for the elevator. Yep. No, I think we're done here for now. We will try to figure something else out there later on. You can also have an underground shelter in the camp, and the interior of that underground shelter stays the same in all camps you build it in. My second camp is currently a shelter, entrance, and a vending machine. Vending machines are to sell stuff, so you don't need to... you don't have to sell stuff to other players. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's good. Suck if you're locked out of something. I mean, there's obviously, like, some little things that I'm locked out of that I can't do unless I, you know, do adventure mode or whatever, because, like, there's, I mean, unless I'm just missing something. The Titan thingy, what's it called again? It's not Titan's Fall, I assume. The Titan's Reach area with the ship, we can't get into the locked bay in the ship because I don't have the helmet for it, and the thing that would get us the helmet, unless that would happen to somehow end up over in whatever this is, we can't get that right now. The hatchery door thingy is locked, all those extra doors in there. And then in the hatchery, I think it was, and in the Vault of the Formless, or if it wasn't the hatchery, it was one of these other ones, but there's a glyph door in each one of those that we just can't find the glyphs for. They just don't seem to exist. So, which is weird, because you would think that maybe you'd get the glyphs in the facility, and it's possible that they're there, and I just didn't find them because they're just really, really well hidden. But I went all over the Vault of the Formless, and I couldn't find anything else there. It's possible that the glyph was in the gauntlet part, so if I redo the gauntlet, maybe I could find it. But the gauntlet was also kind of a pain in the ass, so I don't know. Anything big or important, you mean? Yeah, no, I get you. And this does feel like something big, but I do know at the very least that the glyph door here should just lead to like a small treasure. And I'm assuming that's the same for like the one that was in the hatchery or the Nerudian facility or whatever it was. But yeah, there just doesn't seem to be like a way to get to this, whatever it is. Unless I'm just missing something, like if there was something else to potentially do from like Astropath's Respite or Void Vessel Facility. Or maybe somehow something in the Vault of the Formless. Timeless Horizon is just the name of like the map, and then this one is Phantom Wasteland. And then these are the actual like locations, but the Ascension Spire isn't like a dungeon, that's just where the priest guy is. And Seeker's Rest is the entrance to this world, you know, that leads you to the Phantom Wasteland. I'm trying to remember what even led us to Timeless Horizon. I guess it was there was either another exit from the hatchery that led us here, or it was actually from the dormant Nerudian facility. Either way. And then Threshold of the Unknown is just the same as Sentinel's Keep. It's just the thing that leads into it. Anywho. One other thing I wanted to check. Is 10, I guess, the max? Yes, so 10 is the max level for your archetypes. So I'm done leveling up this archetype now. Which is cool, I guess, but also at the same time, I kind of wish it would keep going. Hey, Dodo, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Let's see. Bulletstorm unleashes the full power and speed of the gunslinger, increases fire rate by 20%, reload speed by 50%, ranged weapons lasts for 20 seconds. Single shot weapons become fully automatic. Kills instantly reload the current weapon. Instead of becoming fully automatic, bows and crossbows gain 50% critical chance, 50% increased projectile speed. I don't know. I just really like quick draw. I don't know if I care about these other skills. Like, they don't seem bad in any way, but, like, I don't know. Like, I could potentially live without the War Stomp. I do like it, but we could, that one, if we wanted, like, a rage mode, you know, we could always, like, equip one of these abilities or something and have that be, like, our backup skill. And then, because I really like the quick draw, it's just really good in a pinch. And it does a lot of damage, either in one big shot or just, you know, fully unloading the gun. Doing fantastic. Nice. Glad to hear it. But yeah, like, I would consider loading or putting in a different archetype to potentially try something else. Let's see. If we were to switch our primary to Challenger and secondary to Gunslinger, we would lose the loaded perk. Activating any gunslinger skill, both weapons are instantly reloaded and gain infinite reserve ammo on all weapons for 8 seconds. That's not the worst thing to lose, but I don't know that I care about... What's the prime perk for this? I kind of wish it would tell you. It doesn't. Unless you have it equipped. Maybe we can look really quickly. Die Hard Mercenary. Die Hard prime perk. When receiving fatal damage, Challenger becomes invulnerable for 2.5 seconds, regenerates 75% of max health. Only happen once every 10 minutes. Cool. I'm just gonna stick with loaded Mercenary for now. We'll just leave it as it is. So that's what I've been playing, and it's what I've been enjoying. I forgot I have a trait point available. I guess we'll fully max out Siphoner. Or no, I guess we're not maxed out. We're at, no, we are maxed out. Okay, I thought for a second there, I thought we just purchased level 9. 3% lifesteal. It's not a ton, but every little bit helps when we have this kind of regen build that we've got going right now. But I want to start leveling fitness, I think, because longer, like farther roll distance seems pretty strong to get out of the way of certain things. It might even make rolling away from certain things instead of rather than just through them easier to do. And I'll have less to complain about. You know? I don't care about amplitude at all. I don't care about arcane strike. Amplitude would be fine with certain mods, I think. Expertise I wouldn't mind still getting a little bit higher, at least. Spirit for sure as well. Maxing out endurance we'll probably do here, maybe even before I start leveling fitness, just because we're only 1 point away. And then, you know, maybe at some point we'll level some more vigor for the extra HP, but I don't know how much we really need it, to be honest, especially with this regen build. Brightstone is a grenade. Cool. The other thing that occurred to me, I wanted to check this out because I had heard something about it. Really quickly before we continue, sorry, I know I keep like sidetracking here, but I'm gonna quickly go back to Ward 13, and I haven't really tried out the firing range. I just want to check it out really quick. I saw a thing. I didn't really look into it at all, but apparently, unless they changed it, I was wrong about this one ring. Let's see, what do we even have right now? Health regen we want to keep. Keep that. Keep that. Increases the duration of all status effects applied to by the wearer. So right now, I was considering switching away from the Timekeeper's Jewel. Hey, Bad Games, how's it going? Because I was thinking about maybe switching my mods up a little bit. I don't necessarily care if our burn lasts a little less long. I like having both the fire, burning from Hotshot and the bleed from our chain shot we don't have equipped at the moment, but I did because I switched it temporarily to see if if it would be potentially good for, right, you gotta inspect for the boss we were doing, because like this wasn't really doing anything for us. But my problem with blood draw, as it's called, I always call it chain shot, but the problem with this is that it seems it's kind of buggy. It just misses like half the time for like completely inexplicable reasons. What does this make the gun look like? Oh, I guess it doesn't change its appearance. I thought the mod would make the gun look a little different, but it looks the exact same with both of those mods on it. But yeah, I do like this mod quite a bit, but it's a little slow, and while the damage and bleeding are really strong, if it just misses because it bugs out or whatever the heck is going on with it, it just feels like a giant waste of time. And I keep thinking like, well, maybe we want to get like the missiles one or something and put that on instead. But something that like occurred to me that I want to quickly test. So we've had this ring. Is it this one? Yeah, Stone of Malevolence. Elemental damage generates 13% additional mod power. I was saying before that I was like, well, I don't really use elemental damage outside of Hotshot. So this won't really be that useful for me because I didn't assume that you could generate mod power while a mod is being used. I mean, you could generate mod power for your other mod though, which that would make sense. So if I have my other mod used up and then I switch to Hotshot, having this ring on would generate power for that other mod and I'd be able to use it again. However, it seems like I might have been wrong about that, and this can actually still passively give you another charge of even Hotshot in the background, even though Hotshot's active. So I just want to see if that's actually true. Can I... Oh, there we go. Good, we get infinite ammo for this. All right, so let me just... This isn't like the fastest of guns for this, but I just want to see. Yeah, so I heard the ding there. Let me let it wait run out. Okay, it must have been my other one that charged, but you can see that my mod meter there is like 65% charged ish. So it does work, but it's probably best on like a rapid fire weapon. Or if I had just kept firing, it might have been okay, but it may also work better if you have some other things that help improve mod power generation. But that's really good to know, though, because that would allow you, especially with like the right setup, you could basically have a nigh infinite mod power, because as you're using hotshot, you would be able to basically use it again immediately after it runs out, as long as you're applying it properly, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know if I want to keep this or not, because I don't like I like the mods a lot, but I don't know if I want to like stay with hotshot forever. I love hotshot obviously, but like I used hotshot like all throughout the first game. And I think I might want to like swap out some other stuff to just try different things. One thing I kind of want to try is the missiles thing that we saw, just to see if I like it at all.
What is it now? All right, let's see what you've got.
I don't believe we have it at the moment, so we'd have to get it crafted. Helix. Shoots a helix of missiles, dealing 120 damage on contact, divides into 6 smaller rockets which seek additional targets, dealing 30 damage on contact. It doesn't seem overly powerful, because like my blood draw, the chain shot thingy, is like, I want to say it was like 550 damage or something like that when you hit something, and then it's a bunch of bleed on top. It's like a ton of bleed on top of that. Yeah, 50 damage split equally among enemies, which means if you hit one enemy, it's supposed to be 550 damage directly to them. And then an additional 1,210 bleeding damage over 30 seconds, which makes this really hard to give up, frankly. Like, that does an insane amount of damage. And then hotshot increases ranged burnt damage by 15%, so already it does more damage per shot. And 840 fire damage over 20 seconds is pretty good. I really want to try using some other mods, man, but like, they're making it difficult for me to really choose another thing. Because like, Voltaic Rondeur didn't seem that cool. Like, this does very low damage, but it overloads enemies. That it like hits, and then the overload could do, like, it could chain into like enemies and stuff like that and do a bunch, but I just don't know that this really is the ticket here. It seems like it feels a little undertuned, frankly. Like, I don't think this is that strong. I could be wrong, but like, considering the mod power requirement of this is almost double of this, like, this just seems better, you know, at least when it works. If this worked consistently, I wouldn't even question which one seemed better to me, at least as it seems right now.
Better be worth my time, traveler. All right, then.
Time lapse is the freeze thingy. That also could be kind of cool. Space crabs. It's just 60 damage each. It's also possible, by the way, that like this is just like showing the base damage of these, and maybe when I actually have it, maybe it gets adjusted by some sort of thing, and it'll actually show a higher damage amount. But I don't know about that. Like, 300 damage total doesn't seem that cool. And this is just kind of like the same issue of like 120 damage followed by another 180 is not that much. I don't know. Maybe we just stick with what we have. I don't know why these other ones. I mean, I should just buy one and just see if it gets adjusted or not. But if they don't, like, I don't understand how you're kind of meant to utilize some of these against bosses in the same way. I mean, like, I'm not saying they're useless, but they seem almost like just not that good comparatively, because like this. Okay, to be fair, there's a bunch of bosses that the ones that I have don't even really work against, because like, I mean, Hot Shot still works because it increases your damage by 15% at the very least, but like the burning doesn't apply to stuff to like the core alien boss fight thingy that we just did like last time. It was like an ethereal alien spirit thing, so it was like immune to status ailments, so I couldn't set it on fire and I couldn't make it bleed, which meant that only like the initial damage of Hotshot was actually doing anything. So it wasn't useless, but in that situation, having some missiles, even ones that aren't overly damaging, might have been good to have, at the very least, on our pistol, because my blood draw was basically useless, because it does do damage initially if it hits, but it's kind of wonky because, like I said, sometimes it just misses for no reason, like despite the fact that you're aiming directly at something. Like, I've seen it even literally seemingly hit something and do no damage, unless the initial damage is some sort of like weird elemental damage that just doesn't apply sometimes. I don't know, but I'm assuming it's physical, and then it applies bleed afterwards, and it's just sometimes it seems to does not register that something's being hit. It's not even specifically missing, because I've done it at least once where I've seen it literally hit something point blank. You could see like the blood flying off of something when it got hit. So clearly part of the game registered that as a hit, but it's like the hitbox just didn't activate, so it just didn't do any damage, and then the bleed didn't, there was no effect for it afterwards. The energy wall also seems really good defensively, but I don't want to like rely on something like that unless I feel like I need to. Maybe if I was doing this on a harder difficulty solo, I think energy wall would be like almost a must have. Because something that can absorb up to 500 damage seems really strong, especially if we were doing what I just was showing off there of like generating all that extra mod power really quickly. You could just be laying down shields quickly by generating power from your other mod or whatever. Let's just buy this and see how it looks, I guess.
That's all you get.
And if
Bye
we don't
now.
like it, then we'll just stick with our wonky ass blood draw. Oh, that did change its appearance. I feel like our gun looks like from this angle, does it not kind of look like a hippo? A little bit. Like if you like there's two little eyes on top. Like a really angry hippo. I like the appearance, at least. I like this appearance better than the other one. I like that it's like bone and lasers and shit. Let's just see what kind of like damage it'll do. The gun looks cooler in general. It's still not quite how I want it to look or anything, but it's I'm just generating mod power. Oh, but this gets charges, right? I always forget about that being a thing. Oh, right. I was trying to like generate extra charge. I forgot I took the ring off. I'm stupid. Whatever. So it's just 2. All right, now let's see. Doesn't seem terrible, but it doesn't seem great either. then like this, we switch this back really quick. See, this charges really fast. And then, like, so the base damage of it, it only says 26 there, which is misleading. Because, so the initial damage, there, you can see it says, like, it did 20, it says 22, but it can impale up to 5 targets, dealing 22 damage, which is very low. It's not a lot. But it says, on hit, chains are pulled toward the caster, dealing 550 damage, split equally among enemies, and applying an additional 1,210 bleeding damage over 30 seconds. Which is only increased, I guess, by my ring. It's probably, I think this game actually does a good job, because I think this actually does show, yeah, see, it says 15 seconds there. But with the Timekeeper's Jewel on, it is increased to 30. I like that this game actually has UI updates like that, because so many games just don't do that shit. And it's just so much nicer when it just does the math for you and you don't have to, like, wonder, like, if that's how much it's doing or if it's actually being applied correctly, because it just straight up tells you. As long as you realize, you know. Okay. Well, I guess for right now, let me just stick with what I've got. But I also do want to, at some point, maybe change weapons a little bit here. Like, I'm going to definitely be sticking with my pistol. But yeah, I just feel like, what does this look like with Hotshot on it, I wonder? Just out of curiosity. I think I'll probably still leave that on my rifle, but I just wonder if the appearance is much different or not. Oh, interesting. It's weird that this doesn't change between Voltaic Rondeur and Blood Draw, but I'm assuming that's just because they're both from the same planet. These are both like Lossam boss mods, so they just give you the same sort of weapon appearance instead. It's like kind of the same sort of general principle, but I do like that the design isn't exactly the same. What other guns do we have right now anyways? Just the bow, really. The starting rifle I don't really want to use, even though I'm sure these are actually fine to use throughout the whole game if you really want to, but I wouldn't mind trying the bow at some point. What does the bow look like with mods on it? Oh, that's kind of sick. I really like that they put this level of detail into stuff like this. It's just good. But yeah, I think I would like to find maybe a boss, a long rifle or long gun boss weapon. Because the only other gun I really like genuinely would consider buying right now, outside of maybe like, see, like Hotshot, particularly with that ring I was just mentioning, the elemental mod power one, would be even better on a rapid fire weapon like the bone saw. Or is there even another one that has, I think the black moss shoots very quickly, but I don't think it's like fully automatic unless you're using certain skills with it. But although it might be, but like the only other gun I would even really want all that much would be like the Widowmaker, which obviously isn't it's like the antithesis of what I was just talking about. And quite frankly, as much as I obviously prefer playing with guns like this, and I'm not specifically wanting to change to be like, hey, let me start using rapid fire stuff, because I don't prefer that. But I will say that I don't mind switching to something different if it's at least kind of in a similar vein. Like I said, the bow could be kind of along that mindset, perhaps. I want to stick with my side piece, my pistol, because it suits the character that I've built. But I don't mind switching the long gun, even though again the rifle, the lever action rifle that I'm using also fits well. But so would the coach gun or even the sniper rifle. But moreover, I'm just trying not to have like an identical run to what I played in the first game. So that's why I'm not picking up the sniper rifle and the coach gun, because even though I know they're more than likely going to be very good, I don't want to have to be playing literally the exact same way I did before, because I just feel like that gets a little, this may be a little boring. What level are my weapons right now anyways? Plus 11, plus 12. We might have enough to level this up once, but probably not. I think it's going to require like 8 or 10 galvanized iron, so let's just hold off on that for now. So we came back and we bought the missiles thing, but we ended up not really doing anything with it, so I guess we'll just wait and see if we get a mod that we really like. And in the meantime, I'll just try my best to make the blood draw work. But I really just wish it wasn't so inconsistent. Like, I feel like they genuinely need to, like, patch it or something. Now, if that's the only problem the game really has, then I don't know that they would really patch anything just for that. But it would be nice if it was fixed, because there are times when there's literally, like, there's no way that I missed the shot, because I did it, like, point blank. It you know, visually, like, it appeared like the game registered it as a hit, but it just, you know, just did no damage, as though the game just was like, well, it looked like a hit, but we're still not registering it as a hit for some reason. Okay, so that's going to be like root rot or something. Just wanted to like step into that cloud just to see what would happen. But we can finally get back to back into the action here a little bit. Different pathways to choose. It's kind of interesting coming back to some places that we've been to in the previous game. I mean, at least once in this case. Like, I guess we would include the labyrinth in that as well, technically. I don't know if that would hurt them if he was a little closer to him. Maybe the explosion would have. The rot itself probably won't do anything at all, but... Also, my melee weapon is another thing I wouldn't mind switching out here soonish. I actually really like the spear in this one, at least this spear. It seems pretty good. But yeah, I think I wouldn't mind trying something else just for the hell of it. The lightsaber thingy that we picked up seemed pretty cool. I'm not really overly interested in these other ones so much. I mean, the God Splitter seemed like a cool weapon. The only thing about the Spectral Blade for me is that it's a little slower than I was expecting. Like, it's not... Like, the spear is actually really quick, which is part of why I like it. And then this one's, it's a little weird how you have to set it up, but then you can get that thing to happen, which is pretty cool. I do like that. It is mildly distracting. It doesn't really fit with my wardrobe is the only thing. Not that the spear is like a perfect fit for that regard either, but you know, it at least isn't like a bad fit necessarily. Thought something was coming from the other way there, but nothing yet. Oh, hello. Never mind. This guy, okay. This guy is a little awkward to dodge, to say the least. Trying to figure out his timings a little bit, but they're kind of like weird. So I'm not entirely sure where I should be shooting him. Oh, he's not immune to bleed. My game like had a little mini pause there. That was weird.
At least that's over.
At least the chain shot hit him. You know, that's the only thing. Is like, it's one thing if they're immune to bleed. It, you know, like I can just be like, okay, well, that just doesn't work on them. But it's another thing for it to just miss entirely and do nothing, because it just feels like such a fucking waste. Thankfully, it's at least cheap to afford, so there's something there. What did that do? I thought that guy was just chilling there waiting for me. I'm not sure what that purple light thingy was that I shot. You know, it was targetable, so I just went ahead and did it, but like, I don't know if that was a good thing or not. But yeah, we might use the little lightsaber at some point. I'm still not 100% sold on it just because of its speed and appearance and all that. You're not hostile. You're just a regular animal running around, right? You're not special somehow. Okay. Hopefully I don't need to kill that thing for some secret reason, but I guess we'll find out if we see any more of these like weird fox deer looking things. Fox antelope. Fox gazelle. There's more right here. Oh, he's way over there. How about a little fire, Scarecrow? He might have a weak point on his back or something, but... oh, never mind. It's like... so it is like his core, but you have to like break it open somehow. Or just like from certain angles, maybe you can shoot it. I'm not sure, because it didn't seem like I had specifically broken the core open. We got a checkpoint over that way. We should probably head there first, actually, so that that gets activated. Wait. All right, checkpoint acquired. There's something up there. Hello. There's a big old bird up there. And a bunch of items down there. Okay, okay. He doesn't like that I approach the nest. You're guarding it. I see a purple in there. I don't want to just shoot it. It's green. There's got to be like some way around this. Look, it's me. Yeah, I guess it's kind of Dodo-ish. Hello?
Hey, come here. Good job. Get it.
That's what I meant to do. Apparently you don't have to hold down. This is like much less complicated because like I thought you had to hold down the emotes thing the whole time, but apparently like you have to hold down the down button on the D-pad to open it, but then you can let go. I was like, how many buttons do I need to hold here? How about a high five, bird? No? I probably just have to like bring something maybe. I'm approaching very slowly. He doesn't like that. We're gonna have to figure something out. There's got to be a way to like get him to leave the nest. Or her. Without just shooting him. Okay, the items I saw over here. Can I get to that somehow? Some stuff way over there. Climb, please. Thank you. Oh, Quora pellets. We need those. I know the relic guy, the pan in the ward wanted those for something. Let me look at those actually in the inventory. Where did I get this? Blood Moon Essence. Oh, that must be from the purple thing that I shot. Your eyes slide off the globe like water. It's as if the thing prevents you from looking at it, feeling it, or even keeping its shape in your mind. Koara pellets consumed to restore 10% max health instantly. Okay. I don't assume that, like, because I have Koara pellets that you'll be suddenly interested in leaving your nest. I don't think I can, like, drop items. Can you drop items in this game? I don't think so. I'm gonna be honest, that looks like some... looks like some dried poop. I think I'll refrain from using that right now. Glad that interrupted him. He was about to hit me with a nasty shockwave. Can I climb this? Yeah. I will go back to the ward here momentarily. Well, in a moment, I mean. To check out what that blood orb thingy, the blood moon essence, does. Maybe we unlock like a special mod or something with it.
More bad news.
There's a whole lot of Angie yelling off in the distance. I knew I heard something. Okay. You say so? It's alright, we just regen that right back up. Oh, there's another one. Another blood moon essence. I hope collecting that is a good thing. I hope I'm not just, you know, slaughtering the like innocent little fairies or some shit. Poor little blood moon fairies didn't do nothing. All right. Oh, I thought it missed me for a second there. Did I just see another one, or maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me there? I saw like a weird little flash of purple as I like quickly looked up there. I don't think there was anything though. What are we here we going about? All right. It's like, I don't know. Something about this place feels like oddly, I don't know. It's not like it's not full of life. You can hear like birds and shit. It's like quiet though. Like I get that it's like an abandoned like jungle village. So maybe there shouldn't be like a lot of stuff here, but Blood Moon Essence, I thought maybe there was just going to be one and I got lucky. I'm going to have to be, like, extra sure that I'm getting all of that. But I imagine it's going to be, like, a material, crafting material that we need, like, a fairly high number of for something. Like, maybe it can go to the Pan dude, or maybe even Nimue. Or however she pronounces her names, like Numue. It's weird because it's like Nimue, but she says it like it's got like a U in there instead, like Numue. Oh, it's like a shroudy boy. Kinda. It's basically the exact same enemy, although in a different area. Well, to be fair, you know, that was like a root thing, I guess, technically, so. Although I'm not really sure what the deal is with those guys, those little shroud archers, because they were on Earth, which would make you almost feel like, because they were humanoid and stuff, it would make you think that, like, but not like the tree humanoid things. It would kind of make you think that they were, just a little bit different. Like they were corrupted people or something, or even just people actively helping the root. I don't know. But they could just be root creatures as well. Ah, what the ow. You dick.
Here they come.
I won't kill you, but I was tempted. That hit way harder than I was expecting. I mean, those weird fox gazelle thingies do have. Alright, hold on. Oh. You just gonna do that permanently? What's the deal? Are you not burning because you're standing in water? Is that what's going on here? Because I had hotshot on. I had hotshot on there, but he didn't seem to be building up any burn. Okay. Right, so there's a purple item over there. I did see another blood moon essence thing to shoot off in the distance. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Oops, I shot a bird. Sorry, bird. Suddenly these are like harder to hit than ever. There we go. Just need to take my time a little bit. Hey Vic, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Alright, let me make sure I don't miss that item. Is there something secret back here? No, okay. What have we here? Vengeance Idol. Increases all damage dealt by 30% when wearer's health is below 50%. Okay, sort of red tier stone ring-ish. Definitely not going to be banking on that with the regen build that we have going on right now. But yeah, we'll see what other weapons we come across, because I wouldn't mind, like, switching some stuff out. both melee weapon and long gun could potentially get a replacement. If I find something that I like enough that's not exactly the same, or otherwise just like
Come and get some.
outside of my typical preferences. Like, I don't mind using like a rapid fire, like rifle or something like that necessarily, but it's not my preferred play style per se. Hear music. Are we gonna run into the pan flute guy again? Yeah, the pan flute. The pan flute pan. Alright, let's see. We finally finished up Siphoner. We could just get that last point of endurance, so it's maxed out. I feel like my stamina is not as much of an issue as it was previously. But that isn't to say that it's not still helpful, because there's some boss fights where you have to just keep on rolling, you know. I don't know if 3 extra points of stamina at this point helps a lot or not, but I really want to start leveling fitness too. Getting more points of any of these other things would be alright as well, but let's just go ahead and max this out for the hell of it, so it's as high as that can be, and then start leveling fitness. Hello, you are... Oh, never mind. Those are statues. I was like, I just saw the one there for a second there. I was just like, oh, that's like a really big flute dude. There's another bird. Is it the same bird? That's got to be a different bird, right? Maybe the flautist can help us out.
Music? Out here?
With the bird situation in the nest, I mean. Hello, 1 second, I will talk to you. I don't see any, like, items.
It is here.
There's no bells near you. Doesn't mean that we won't run into bell puzzles again, but...
Friend Paxultek, it returns.
I've never been here before. That's not technically true, but...
But of course it has. Long ago the Paxultek and I spoke of songs and... Ah, of course.
It would have
not
been
the same
funny.
Paxultek. Forgive me. The horns, it does not have them.
It would be really, like, funny, though. It's just, I did make my character look very much like my original Wanderer, so... I could understand him getting confused. I am a bald man, after all. Although I, you know, am wearing stuff, but the other guy did have... excuse me. He did have a cowboy hat and all that, too, so... But also, I was like, are they gonna just suddenly spring on me that we are the Wanderer and we just lost our memory somewhere along the way? Because that would be kind of silly. It wouldn't make sense either, because why would no one in the ward recognize us if that was the case? Looking for the god of many faces.
It speaks of the one of many. The once god and guardian of the pan. There is, or was, no being in Yesha more powerful. Yet now it is corrupted. It rests now within the Thane, befouling its very leaf and limb.
Right, so it's probably all corrupted by root.
Temple, to the far woods, and on to the Widow's Court. The Thane can be found thus. But beware, friend Paxultek. The Thane is a dark place, bedeviled by the rot that now consumes our forest. Tread lightly. Yes. Ask its questions, Paxultek.
You said you've met other Paxeltech who...
Quite so. Paxultek have graced this world for generations. The Elder, the one it calls forth. The Destroyer, to whom many faces fell. The Wanderer, who faced the Ravager and lived. Alas, songs are not sung of Paxultek, but I am blessed to have met many. Its kind bring this one joy and song.
Okay, what can you tell me about the Red Sky?
I can do more than tell the Paxultek. There is a song. Of course, I cannot sing it. I am a flautist, after all, not a vocalist. The lyrics, too, are not the same in Paxultek tongue, but Yeisha cares for all her children, kind and wicked alike. To breathe one air, to swim the same stars, all are connected to all. When power calcifies, the blood moon will rise. Inaction serves the powerful. The moon brings forth death, the blood of the oppressed. Balance demands change, or something like that. I have tried to give it some measure of meter, but the wordplay is forever lost in its tongue.
Okay, what are you doing here?
I rest only. These lands have not been safe since the one of many was taken from us. Yet none have bothered me here as of yet. The forest dies, Paxultek. The balance has either failed or betrayed us. There is little hope now, except in song.
Forest is dying, huh?
Even now, yes. Corruption swallows all things, and the balance is held in check. Or perhaps the balance turns against the pan. The outcome is the same. It began slowly at first. A remote grove in the forest. Then the death of our god. Now, even the beasts, the gods, and nature itself succumb to the rot. Some blame Paxultek. But though Paxultek have come and gone, the rot both precedes and remains. If fault lies anywhere, I think it may lie with the pan.
What else can you tell me about the one of many?
Praise be the one of many. Mortal faces lie, but the one of many is incapable, veracious beyond question. So goes the song. The god of many faces has watched over every generation of the pan, even before our people found Yeisha. Even when our songs praised the tree over the god, yet our negligence brought a cost. And the one of many was killed by, forgive me, a most recusant Paxultek. Now the waning of our great tree has allowed corruption to come, infecting our once mighty guardian. I fear greatly for Yeisha, friend Paxultek. But we must hold faith in the balance.
Yeah, what can you tell me about the Empress? You a fan? Not really a fan?
Ah, the eternal Empress, Genas the Perennial, mistress of
He
the
sure does know a
plague,
lot, yeah.
favored of the forgive me, great Genas has so many titles, I can scarce remember them all. It was she who discovered the Tree of Life, and it is she who brings peace to the pan for generation after generation. The Thane is our life, the Empress our root. Yet the tree wanes, and corruption devours Yeisha's every corner. Her divine permanence has protected us for long and long, but is she as enduring as the songs say? Listen to me. I must trust the songs. Hope and faith are kin, and one cannot have one without the other. May it return again.
Alright. Maybe there'll be some bell puzzles for us later. So we are obviously going to want to go that way, but there should be another path, at least one more other path for us to take over here. I also really want to know what the deal is with these big old birds. I hope that there's something we can do with them, at least to clear that nest, so I can get whatever item that is that's in the nest, because I'm assuming once we get back over there, if that even is the same bird, that nest will still be, you know, the bird will still be there. Kind of a ways back to go check though, but let's just do it really quick just so I know for sure that walking over there didn't just cause the bird to leave the nest for whatever reason. I'm assuming it did not. And again, it might not be the same bird. Let's see. Should be... It's a little ways over this way. Birdie, you up there? No? But what if I take the item and it gets real angry? Okay, I'm not gonna break any of your eggs. I'm gonna just politely take the item and then step out of here. Alright, so all we had to do was like go to the other side and come back. I was not expecting that to be that simple. I don't know if it went there because it was keeping an eye on us. Probably more just because the flautist was... The music was distracting it, or caught its attention, rather. Alright, we got this. Curry Charm. For every 10% of health missing, max 30%, gain 10% increased relic use speed, and 7% chance to not consume relic charge. I'm good with what I got for now, but that's cool. Because, yeah, I very much assumed we'd have to do something to get the bird out of the nest. We'd have to figure something out, but apparently it's just real easy. Alright, you got any more Blood Moon essence or whatever it's called? We have 10 already. So just trying to keep an eye out for floaty, purple floating orbs, or wisps, or whatever. Oh, is there really not? Oh no, there's more there. I thought there was like only one exit for a second there. There's got to be like at least one other thing. Suspicious. I wonder if we could light this on fire. Probably not, but at least not in any way that matters. But hold on, do we still have... We do. This is dumb, but I just want to I just want to see. I don't want it to bounce though. It's just going to bounce out. Yeah, I don't think we're meant to light it on fire like that. Although maybe. Something we can at least come back to if we really feel like there was actually something to do there, but I don't know. It did seem like a weirdly big empty area. Hang on, let me just... There wasn't anything on that one ridge that I missed, right? Yeah, it just seems odd that there's like not anything here. Okay, well, there was one enemy at least. So that's not technically empty, I suppose. Alright, well, maybe we'll check that out later. Just to see if, like, somehow we can light that up and if it'll do anything. Hello, enemies. What? Those other shots miss you. That's not how you want to dodge that, but... Oh. I didn't realize that was there. I dodged right into a thingy. Shit, I died. Okay. I gotta start, like, doing this a little bit better here. I'm paying attention to too many things. Alright, he's dead. There's an enemy behind us, too. See, this is why regen is so strong, though. Like, I took a bunch of damage and we're already, like, back to full HP. Granted, I am devoting, like, a number of, like, rings and whatnot, basically 2 different regen effects, but it's pretty good. But yeah, I rolled into one of those little, like, explosive rot thingies by accident. I didn't even realize it was there. It's kind of why I like shooting them on my way to places sometimes, just because I don't want it to be something that I'll accidentally, like, walk into later, but it's not like that's normally a concern. But there you just saw that it certainly can happen. How much galvanized iron have we got now at this point? 29? We might be able to do some more upgrades. I would like to see if we can get it any higher. Is there something over there? Shouldn't be, right? Because we went past all this. What am I looking at? Is that just... like a light crystal? Yeah, okay. I remember that now. should be 30 then. It should definitely be enough for at least like a +1 upgrade to like probably both weapons. I can't imagine they'd be more than like 12 each at this point. Although one should be higher than the other. So I think my pistol is a little it's like one level ahead of my rifle. Alright, so we have optional area and quest area. That's it from this whole map, is just 2 other places to go. I think I got all the little purple wispies. I hope. I don't know what the Blood Moon Essence is going to do, but it does something. We should go back to the ward, though, once we go through here to the checkpoint and just see what we can do.
Great. More badges.
So we have slightly
Let's get rid of
different,
the creeps.
the chimney. Different root boys here. What are you? You're like super bulbous. I kind of thought you might be explosive. Okay. Couldn't really see if he had a weak point either. That's sick. Let's see. I guess let's start doing fitness. Get that evade distance. That might really help a lot. 30% at the top end evade distance could be really sick. Because then I might actually be able to like dodge, like reliably dodge things even if I'm going away sometimes instead of through attacks. It's still better to go through things or like past enemies a lot of the time, but sometimes like you're just trying to make space because you're just getting swarmed by like 5, 6, 10 different things coming at you from one direction. And it just makes more sense to try to like to backpedal a little bit, and then you have to like roll something to not get hurt. But you don't want to like start going in the opposite direction because then you're just rolling into the horde of enemies that you're about to fight. All right, let's talk to a few people before we do upgrades here.
Yay, you're back.
Yay.
What do you need?
All right, you don't have anything new to craft. I can sell Blood Moon Essence.
Bye.
I don't really want to do that. Alright, what about you?
What aid can Dwell provide? Of course, Paxel-Tech.
Right, this guy's name is Dwell, I keep forgetting. Alright, so he'll trade these processed Koara if we bring him Koara pellets, but they just decrease stamina recovery delay by 75% and stamina regen penalty by 50. I guess that's kind of a nice consumable to have, but like I don't really want to spend money on that right now. Let's actually upgrade battery a little bit. Oh, transference seems kind of good, actually. I don't know if I care about Vengeful Strike very much. I mean, don't get me wrong, the damage output from it could be cool if your health is low, but most of the time, I think having melee regenerate some ammo for you, just passively, could be really good. It says melee hits generate 5% of max ammo capacity to the reserves of both firearms, cooldown 10 seconds. So it's not a lot. Like 5% every 10 seconds is like a couple of bullets. But if we upgrade this and we just occasionally use melee, then, you know, we just get like some extra ammo if we need it. That's kind of cool. Hey, Karate, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, let's +2 this. And then
You must.
I still don't know that I'm gonna leave lively in this. I'd kind of like to maybe increase the weapons reload speed by 4% for each enemy killed between reloads. This still seems like it could be good. I don't know how much it's actually working because I feel like I'm not noticing the difference. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just used to it. What is happening to my frame rate right now? Okay, that was weird. And then do we want something other than the Timekeeper's Jewel? I mean, it has been good. Does this change? It does change the... Okay, so because this... I don't know, that's hard to give up. I mean, it's not that hard to give up. If we ever switch out away from Blood Draw, this would be an easier choice. Like, because I don't necessarily need Hotshot to be doubled. But the thing of it is like, because the duration is being doubled, or at least this one is being doubled. I don't know if this one is doubled. Let's see, 20 seconds. Yeah, it is doubled. It just says increases. That they kind of like undersell that because I didn't even realize it was that strong. Because the Timekeeper's Jewel makes this go from 605 damage, bleeding damage over 15 seconds, up to 1,210 bleeding damage over 30. It's doing the same amount of damage over the same time period, but it's just doubled. So effectively, it's not doing more damage per second. It's doing exactly the same amount, but over a longer period of time. So it adds up to twice as much. Which, in a fight where that's effective, especially against like certain tough elites or bosses that this can be applied to, like that's really strong. Same with the burning damage, because this goes from presumably 420 up to 840. And again, it's just because the duration is doubled. It's not actually more damage per second or anything like that, but that's still really good. Now, if I was only using Hotshot, I would probably switch this out for the Ring of Malevolence, just to get that extra mod power, like, constantly ticking up. But for now, leave it as it is. I feel like there's something off here. I don't know what it is. I do remember, like, I did update my graphics driver not that long ago. I feel like I played since then, but something about, like, the frame rate and the textures seems like something's, like, a little off here right now. I don't know what's going on, but who could I take the Blood Moon Essence to? Maybe Numaway has something, but I'm just gonna check with people here first. We can actually buy galvanized iron. That's cool. It's not that expensive, and you only have 6, so I'll just buy them.
Stop by anytime. You know where to find me.
Whispers, you got anything? Maybe load in them textures when I'm talking to you. The only problem I have with Whispers is he just takes so long to like stand up and talk to you and everything. He did the same thing in the first game practically, and it used to make me think at first that he just didn't, like, I couldn't interact with him because he would literally take so long to be able to interact with. All right, you don't have anything new.
What can I do for you? Of course. The ocean's so beautiful. So peaceful. See you around.
So, you want to go?
Brad and I used to walk there. No, I don't think I could do it again.
Swing and a miss, buddy. Sorry. Sorry to have seen it.
Greetings, traveler. Rest assured.
You don't have anything new. Well, you have new stuff, but binding orb. Oh, right, the anchoring thing.
Let's talk again.
What can I do?
Can I do for you?
Is looking good. And smelling even better.
Seemed like he was gonna cry over that. It smells so good. It smells the best it's ever smelled. You also don't have anything new here.
Come round again sometime here.
Oh, I hear. All right. I'm just gonna quickly check in with Ward and even Wallace too, just to make sure that there's nothing I can do with this
Hey there,
Blood Moon Essence shit here. I get the sense that I probably can't. Okay, you don't have anything new to talk about. All right, I guess I should check you as well.
Hope you ain't caught. I'll answer what. And why you still? Yeah.
No new weaponry.
All right. Keep your gun
Possible
loaded.
Riggs could have something too, but I want to visit him last because I want to do upgrades. I still want to figure out how to get into that portal room back there via the labyrinth or whatever, but hopefully something will unlock once we beat the third biome here, Yaisha. Because I'm hoping that'll unlock some new avenues in the labyrinth for us to do some stuff.
Traveler. They don't like it.
Alright, he doesn't have anything else we can do.
Goodbye,
Alright,
traveler.
let me go to Riggs, and then I guess we'll just quickly check Nimue on before we head all the way back. Just to be sure. Finally found one of the things I spent hours looking through vendor players on. Hey, nice. What was it?
Oh, what can I...
All right, let's see. Oh, it's only 6 for that right now. Okay, well, we'll start here. We can definitely do 8 each for these. This is still forged iron, but it's getting pricey, so we don't have enough cash right now. That's okay. We will come back and upgrade more
Nowhere to find me.
once we have some. I could sell some items, but I'm kind of hesitant to just sell consumables and stuff like that I might want later. There's a lot of stuff that I know, like, I just kind of don't really use in these games, and that's not intentional. I just often don't think about that kind of stuff. And then I'll just, like, not really use it. I mean, some things I just kind of don't care about, but like Doc's concoctions or whatever the hell it calls them, the stew. They seem like useful buffs, but I just kind of forget that I have them. So I didn't bother buying any this time around. At least I don't think I did. I have the regular Mudtooth elixir, but I think I got these for free. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to use if you're trying to, like, level up your archetype quickly, I guess. But since that's what that XP would go to, I guess. She just sleeping? Oh, she's yellow. I guess that means you can. What's going on? Oh. You all good there? Now she's green. Maybe we could have woken her up with a gunshot, but she might not have appreciated it.
Gracing me with your presence once more?
Maybe they would have some sort of unique interaction if you shoot her, but I'm a little wary to just do that because I don't want to.
Yours to peruse.
I don't necessarily want to just kill or fight Nimue. I still have no clue what these do. Hopefully at some point we'll figure it out.
Until
She seems mad. Sorry. I'm only checking because I don't know what you sell, and I keep bringing stuff back to you in the hopes that I can sell it for something. You know, it honestly makes more sense that the Blood Moon Essence would apply to just something on Yaisha. But I just wanted to check the other places just to be sure that it wasn't something we were meant to bring back. But yeah, I'm sure there's probably like a vendor or some shit on Yaisha that can show up, or definitely does show up maybe, that we can trade the Blood Moon Essence to or something. Alright, let's head back into the chimney and do that. A stim pack diffuser is needed for a challenge, but super hard to get since the plan to make it it's very rare drop from an event. I see. Those guys are cool. I like that design. I don't mind explosive enemies in these kinds of things as long as they're not too overwhelmingly crazy, I guess. Like there's the little explosive nurgling dudes in the first game that especially like come out during the one fight with oh shoot, Gorefist, I guess his name is, something like that. That just spawns like tons of ads. I didn't fight him in the campaign, but I did fight him in survival mode. In fact, he was the boss that I lost to in survival mode because I had gotten like a little ways in, not super far, but he had gotten a little tough. Suppose maybe for now we want to rifle those explodey guys because they die much faster to that, at least for now. More galvanized iron. I need lots of scrap right now, game.
What, is it over?
I mean, don't not give me iron, but definitely give me scrap, please. Remember that meleeing sometimes gives me ammo, I guess. Not very much, but a little bit. But if we level up that transference thing, then we could probably get a decent amount out of it.
Okay, this is it.
Don't like that you're resisting, buddy. I also don't like whatever you're doing here. Stop doing it. Wait, what? Did he die or did he... Okay, good to know those guys can be aggressive. I don't know if he died or if he just kind of like sacrificed and left or some shit. Stop resisting. Was unsure if it wanted to do the melee attack input that I was giving it there, but at least we got there.
Enemy of the great.
I had to die. We are getting a lot of elites here. I knew it. I knew that shit was gonna explode. I was like half ready for it, but then not really ready to dodge it. Half damage, we half ready.
Shit.
For whatever reason, the game keeps like having like a momentary lag sometimes when I loot stuff, like when I pick up a number of items. What am I in combat with right now? There it went. I was wondering why his body wasn't disappearing.
Glad that's over.
Yep, definitely a fight worth being out of breath over. I don't know if they have a weak spot or not somewhere, but shooting their leg out at least gets them to fall. They probably try to crawl at you after that, but... Can I have some squat, please? Need monies. So I want to upgrade my equipment. Oh, hello. Figured.
Come on.
Is there another guy here? I thought there was. Apparently not. I feel like we're running into some of the same issue that we ran into in the previous Yaisha in the first game, which was that I'm not getting a lot of scrap from very much, but I feel like there's at least in the dungeon, there's more shit to break. So it's not terrible or anything like that. It's not just Yaisha either, like, some of the recent stuff in general, I feel like I have not had, I see, died quickly. Okay, so shooting out their leg will cause them to just self-destruct anyway.
Come on. Come on.
No, don't leave. Stop resisting. Alright, we know he died for sure that time. How far into the game do you think you are? I feel like I'm not that far, like... So, well, I shouldn't say that I'm not that far, but I don't know how many worlds there actually are in this game. It could be that we've experienced them all already, but... On the warp map... this is probably going to be something significant. We had Lossum, we had the Labyrinth, we had... Nerud and Yaisha. And then there was room, I think, for at least one, if not two more, like, tabs there that could be, you know, planets or worlds, I mean. Alright, blasting their leg out from under them with a pistol. With the pistol is not quite as quick.
That's it.
I think that it just went through his legs. Nice. Okay, that's literally just a chest. I thought this was going to be like a bigger deal of a chest. Like it would open and give us something cool, but then there'd be like a bunch of enemies would swarm us or something. That was my expectation anyway. Looks like we have some stuff in that direction too. I see another elite off in the distance. But yeah, so I don't know. There could be a fair bit left. I think, you know, you have to do sort of like the beginning biomes probably is my guess. You know, and it's kind of randomized as to which ones you're going to get between Lossum, Nerud, and probably Yaisha. You could get like I'm assuming you could get any of these three to start in your campaign just randomly, right? Either that or it's between Lossum and Nerud specifically. But I feel like it would make sense for it to be all three. Vestige of Power. Because as soon as you do the Labyrinth, then the other two are available to you at the same time, so it just seems like that would make sense to do it that way. Alar? Who's here? But yeah, you know, I don't really know by that token, like, if there's a lot left or there's just like a little bit left. I assume there's at least one more area beyond these three biomes would be my guess. And if there is just one more, then maybe there will be another one added in the DLC, because it looks like I said, on that like little warp map wheel thingy, it looks like there's room for at least two more, so they could do like one more and then, you know, then you've got DLC later that'll add one more, or there could be two and then they'll just create like a secondary warp thingy with DLC, or possibly even further yet, even in the base game. I don't know. I don't know if there's some way, if there's something up there, if I can climb that. Might not really need to, though. I can already just walk over there. It looked like an enemy, one of the, like, just ones that's kind of hiding in the ground.
Oh, it's over.
Stingy? Give me my scrap. Alright, we've gone in a big loop. Let's go back this way. But yeah, I hope there's a fair bit of game left as far as just like one playthrough is concerned. But I don't mind just as well if you know, we wrap it up soonish, because I know that there'll be like other things I could do, like adventure mode, maybe survival mode will unlock at some point, if there will be one. And there's obviously going to be like boss fights and stuff that I haven't done, at least I assume so. And various like other randomized things that we didn't get based in the base game. So I wouldn't mind like doing more on stream for that, but I also don't want necessarily the game to take super long to finish, because as we get into August, I have a trip that I'll be going on. So I, at the very least from the 12th through the 20th, I will be not streaming because I'll be in Florida for most of that time, visiting family. And then possibly a day or two before that, I don't know what all I will need to arrange and stuff before then. So I don't know what my streaming is going to be like exactly leading up to that. But then on top of that, you know, August is going to be where, like, especially later August, we're going to start having a lot of releases for games. Baldur's Gate 3 got moved up, so that's actually like the beginning of August. It's like the 4th, I think, is when that's coming out now. And I don't know, by the way, like when I will play that, but I do kind of want to check it out again. What does this do? I hope I'm doing something that's not a bad idea. Just gonna activate the checkpoint first. I definitely want to see what all that's about over there. We also have a book here that I believe we are undone. The order cries prudence, but their gusty declarations are but the massed mewling of so many cowards. Prudence above results is a sin immeasurable if we are to be the saviors of our kin. None of the Lemire believe the portents dire, and none believe that we are on the precipice of ruin. None but myself. I have heard the song in the wind, seen the patterns in leaves and flowers, touched the chords flowing through the waters of the Thane. My heart breaks with the rhythms that will awaken the seed, and I alone have the courage to do what must be done. I have attuned the relic to the divine music. The first light after supplication, I will retire to the hallowed Aeseri and beg fortune for my fallen kinsmen. I will awaken the seed and begin the long journey down. I am confident that the relic will awaken the waiting from their tranquil slumber. Okay. So that's got to be a relic thing, maybe is gonna give us some boss stuff to deal with, but let's see what we opened here. Everyone's been complaining about Baldur's Gate being in early access for like 2 years. Yeah, it's been some fucking time. I don't really mind too much, frankly. Okay, this is just like an elevator recall thingy. Right, these ones don't. These ones don't break, but I think I maybe aggroed something doing that. I'm not sure. Something below. flashlight, to be honest. Are some of these statues going to come to life? They're looking a little come to lifey, if you ask me. The Lemire are fools, their minds like stone unmoving. They are no better than the old vaunts. Were it not for the Empress's favor, I would have been cast out or worse. All Pan know that of the Aether, the song of the world, but I tell you there is a far greater song, one that hums in the space between places. This song has power not unlike the magics of the Lemire, but whereas the Lemire's tricks are pure spectacle, a borrowed power from the glowing stones, this magic is unbound. The very magic of making. The power to give life to the lifeless. Who would forsake that? Not to rebind the flesh of those who once lived, not the tricks of the Lemire, but true life of that which never was. I will demonstrate their folly in a grand spectacle. To this, the Lemire will have no rebuttal, only painful acceptance. Well, yeah, I feel like there's just like, I keep getting like little tiny little mini stutters here and there every once in a while. Before I open this and bring about my own doom, probably, I'm going to take a very, very fast restroom break, y'all. You'll just give me like, excuse me for just a minute. I'm not going to put on the BRB screen or anything. I'll literally just be like 1 minute and then we'll be back. So I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. I had a bunch of coffee this morning. Needed to take a little break there real quick. Okay, I forgot to look at the ring that we picked up too, the Vestige of Power. After 7 seconds of not being damaged, increase range and melee damage for 10%. That's kind of cool, but I get hit way too much, frankly. I don't get hit all that much, but like, I get hit enough that having a if I assume this works the way I think it does, having a constant 10% damage buff is good, and then if you get hit you lose it for like 7-8 seconds depending on how it's calculated. If on the other hand it's like every 7 seconds you get a 10% damage buff and then it just like resets whenever you do something specific, or just wears off after a particular duration that it's just not saying. That's a little bit more of like the other ring where we were just getting a buff every like handful of seconds, which I'm not a big fan of. But this probably works more the way I said it does, where it's like, you know, you wait 7 seconds after any sort of teleport or respawn or anything like that, you'll get 10% extra damage and it'll just stay there unless you take damage, and then you have to wait another 7-second period before it comes back. Should be a constant damage buff. Yeah, that's that's what I'm thinking. Which again is definitely cool. Maybe something worth replacing this with at some point, or possibly something else. But for now, I'm just gonna stick with what I've got because I'm pretty happy with what I have at the moment. Lithic Signet. Reduces all incoming damage by 5%. Alright, well. Ooh, yeah. Are you like a straight up like SCP? What is it, 137 or Weeping Angel situation? If I don't look at you, you're gonna move. Oh yeah. I don't seem to be able to hurt you though, is the only thing. I don't see another one with you, but that doesn't mean that there isn't one. I don't think of a way that I can like stop aiming at you for a second long enough. He just becomes like a target, but then I can't like shoot him or anything. Yeah, the mask was glowing, but like I can't target him fast enough that it would seem to do anything. This could be a problem. Oh, what? You... Oh, now I could. Come on, do your thing. Like if I shoot him in the mask, it's the timing is so tight though. I feel like I need to almost like mouse keyboard this. Hang on. Oh, I don't know what the control is for what's dodge on keyboard. I don't know. This might get really awkward. This is also very janky on mouse. Oh! Oh, it's an insta-kill too. Okay. Right, I'm not aiming, so I meleeed by default. I have not used mouse keyboard for this at all, so excuse me. I guess I'll just stick with what I've got. Are you gonna come back to life by any chance? No? Well, that sucks. I wanted to fight you. Is there any way to get them? Oh, now he wants to. Should have definitely had my rifle equipped the whole time, just better damage for one. We definitely want to make sure these guys stay dead. I don't want anything following me into the boss fight. But they dropped good loot, so let's go kill the other one. Assuming there's even just one to kill. Doing this quickly is not easy. Come on, bro. I need you to, like, actually wake the fuck up. Ordinary stamina cost upgrade? Was that actually one that we're using? Yes, it is. Okay, so those do upgrade the way I thought they did then. I think it was only those two. Sick. Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. Like, I don't think it used to do this before, but unless it's just an issue with Yaisha, but whenever I go to like pick up like a Luminite crystal or some sort of significant loot, the game like stutters slightly, and I don't think it was doing that before. I don't know if it's because of the recent graphics driver update that I did or something else, but I don't know. Just seems like there's some minor issues that weren't there before, but it's hard to tell. I'm surprised that they only threw 2 at me. Maybe there'll be more like in this fight or something, but whatever this is gonna be. But I was expecting like that whole, practically, maybe not the whole chamber, but several of them in that chamber I was expecting to just suddenly come to life. Pull lever. Shoot first, think never. Okay, so I think walking down here is going to be lethal. I hope that wasn't a mistake. Alright, let's just remember that we can break these, I guess. Let's pull the lever and just see what happens. We got a checkpoint right in front of it. We need to, just need to keep on moving. So we could have preemptively broken these crystals. But, okay. Some extra regen. Oh, what the fuck? Why did my map come up? That was random. I did not... Okay, I'm out of stamina. I did not press my select button at all. I'm stuck. What? Thank God. Hey, Lizette, how's it going? Sorry, I'll catch up here in a second. Can I go anywhere? Can't safely drop there. I think the thing is still coming down at us here. I am gonna die. 'Cause I don't know where to go. Oh, now it's clear. Okay. I think I'm like too far ahead here. Like I can't go too fast or I think I get electrocuted by the floor. Do you like this game? Yes, definitely. Sorry, I will give you all more attention here in just a second here. I gotta focus a little bit. How are you not dead? What the fuck? Like, did I go too fast? I seemed very slow considering it was catching up to me. But like the floor is like I've caught up to like the floor part of it now. Dude at 3 HP left. Why are y'all getting new abilities? I don't like it. Roll. I hate when it only shoots like one thing. Oh, fuck. No. Can we get you there? Nice. Sorry if that was like really loud, by the way, that whole fight, there was like so much stuff happening, it felt like it was loud. Okay. Alright, nice. First try and all that. Cool, cool. I was like sure I was dead at one point because our screen started getting like all electrified there. Heartseed. But yeah, how's it going, Lizette? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, there was a lot going on in that fight. I still wonder, like, what potential special conditions there are for defeating some of these bosses. Or boss encounters, or whatever you want to call them. I don't know if this one's like a traditional boss encounter, really, so it's kind of hard to say. Hold on one second, y'all. I'm being delivered a puppy dog. Sorry about that. Yeah, Cisco says hi. I'm giving him pats for y'all because I know you want me to. Alright. It's your good puppy. Yeah, it's just this whole area. I don't know if it's just the particle effects, if it's recent graphics stuff, but like certain angles definitely drop my frame rate like just a little bit. You can tell it gets a little less smooth. It's not terrible, but definitely could be a little smoother. But yeah, that hard seed encounter was pretty cool, though hectic. Don't get me wrong, but I do kind of like some gauntlet-y type things like that. I felt like that one was more interesting than the Nerude one, where you're just kind of like waiting for the arms to move like the corridors around so you can go through them. Because that one was more just confusing. This one was like very straightforward, for the most part anyway. Like I wasn't sure, I didn't realize I had to blow up those roots at first, and I got stuck because I was like trying to find a place where I could like fall down. So I was like, I think I have to drop somewhere, but I don't know where. And then I just like kind of like stepped into the one like little hole, but with the roots blocking it, it caused me to like fall into it and then immediately get stuck, which was not so great. I do see. Why is that one section there like looking like it's unexplored? Oh, maybe because that's the layer we dropped down to. Let me just make sure there's no like treasure up there before we just immediately leave. Like, even if it's just some like iron items or something. So creepy when they crawled out of the wall. Yeah, I watched a speed run of the first game, like one of those. I don't know if y'all are ever familiar with like the IGN developers react to speed runs type things. But I watched a video, I think it was like a little older, but a video of developers reacting to a speedrun of the first game. And one of the developers was asking the other one, who's like the head of narrative, like what these little honeycomb things were. And you can kind of see there's bodies. So these are like, they're tombs. And that's because like here in the chimney, it's a little misleading maybe, but the other... I think in the first game, like one of the locations with these where they're really prominent is like specifically laid out as supposed to be like a crypt. So it makes sense that these are here and why you're fighting like undead versions of the pan, because they've been like brought back to life via the quote unquote magics there that was just kind of being talked about. But they're not living, they're just like reanimated corpses. So the same thing is happening here, except they're all infested with root. So I don't think that they're being animated via the magic so much as they're being animated. They're just animated corpses that are corrupted by all the root shit around here. Where some of these actually don't even look like they're corpses anymore. These are just actually, I think, just root creatures themselves, because they don't even look like there's anything but root on them.
Bag's full.
We got some scrap out of it at least, but I don't think there was anything else over here. It's cool to know that there was like a side path though. I don't imagine this would be safe to like traverse. Oh wait, there's something here. What is up there? I can't aim up any higher. There's like something there though. See if I can just get up a little higher and take a look or something. Somehow. could just be the effect of the like ashes that are, or the root rot dust that's like flowing around here that is actually what I'm seeing. I don't know if I can even get higher up anymore, which kind of sucks because if I warp, then whatever's up there might disappear. I wish there was a way, but I don't think there is, because we had to drop to this level, and it's like directly above where we are. I don't think that's happening. We could try. Well, no, they're just little checkpoints too, so I can't even like warp up there. But I can rest and then see if it disappears, the marker, if it'll even show me this far up. And if it stays, then maybe we like try to like go back to the beginning and just quickly speedrun our way back so we can see what that item is, if it's like a purple that was there or potentially even dropped that we don't want to like miss.
Not enough room.
It's a whole crypt dungeon slash zombie boss, the first one. Yeah, I don't think I fought that, unless I'm just forgetting. I'm trying to remember what all I fought in Yaisha. I remember Onslaught, the teleporting boss, and I remember the Ravager. And I remember the big, like, the faction fight encounter where you're helping the rebels against all the Empress's troops. Yeah, it's still there, whatever it is. So I guess I'm not happy about this, but I guess we're gonna go back to the beginning. We're gonna have to like warp and then warp again. I guess we could just use the leave dungeon thing. And then just walk back in. But I want to see what that purple item is, assuming it's still there. I go back. Yeah, I hope it's something good too. I have no idea what it'll be. Probably, if it's like a ring, it's probably not one we're going to use unless if it's like a real upgrade to what I'm using right now. Like something that I would prefer over what I'm already using is what I mean to say. Alright, speedrun, speedrun, speedrun. This is not overly speedrunny. Let's try to fix that. We got a ways to get there. It's getting to be a lot of dudes. Hello. I want to take down the summoner, channeler, whatever you want to call him. He keeps throwing so many boys at me that are in my way that I'm having a hard time targeting him at all. Oh, now there's another one. That's great. Ow. Is he still alive back here? Yes. Let's fix that. Go grab his loot. This isn't exactly speedrunny, but you know, I like loot. You see, like right there, it like stuttered slightly when I picked up. I don't know if it's like specific to relic dust. Like maybe certain relics don't want to give you like an upgrade immediately, and it's like calculating whether or not to give you a relic upgrade or relic dust, and that's what's causing the stutter.
Can't carry anymore.
Okay, the item is still there, whatever it is.
That was rough.
He stayed dead. Alright, at least we made it through all that. It's mildly concerning. So satisfying when they pop, yeah, it's... I like these exploders more than the little dudes in the first game, although I do like that the little dudes in the first game also sound like little tea kettles almost. Like these guys, they make a more tea kettle-ish noise when they explode, but the little explosive Nurgling guys in the first game, just as they're running up to you, they just get like progressively higher pitched. So they just make me think of like a tea kettle. Yeah, okay, I can see the item there. It's on a piece of root, so we shot it down. I hope I did that properly. I wonder if I could have done that from before if we had just gone around and looked up. But I just didn't see it. At least we can just run back through here without having to worry about, like, enemies.
Doma, Doma!
Kim Kim Annie Kim Kim Annie Kim Kim Charut.
Great rendition there, Nicole. Shadok, thanks so much for the 29 months. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well, dude. Kim Kimeni. Alright, I better still be able to get to this damn thing. I think this shot it down into the little open hole that I was looking at. Yeah, okay. The open hole in the ceiling. Downward spiral. So yeah, I wonder if there is, like, if you get just the right angle, there's some way to maybe shoot that from down here, but probably not. Increase fire rate by 10% and melee attack speed by 15%. For every missing 10% of max health, gain 3% range damage, max 15%, and 4% melee damage, max 20%. So, all the time you get a attack speed buff like melee and fire rate basically. And then anytime you have health missing, you gain damage buffs, which is cool for sure. Again, not super strong, I think, with a regen build that I got going on, but because I'll be, you know, ideally trying to just continuously keep regenerating health, which has been working out pretty well. I don't really miss Mender's Aura so much now that, like, I'm kind of rocking a build that a lot of the time I don't have to heal as long as I can avoid taking, you know, lots of hits of damage in between, you know, and can just kind of heal in between. I mean, it helps, you know, to get like enemy kills and stuff in the meantime of that, because like enemy kills give me regen on top of the other regen I get, but I get regen from taking damage for like 10% of my HP. I get some just passive regen, I think, automatically. And I think I get regen increased. That particular passive is increased by one of my other rings. And then the other one is, like I said, if I get enemy kills, every time I kill an enemy, I get a little bit more regen. So, especially for things like this where there's like lots and lots of enemies, that kind of keeps me like, you know, keeps my health regenerating frequently. All right, now let's go return to Ward 13, see what other upgrading we can do. And there's obviously occasions where I'll need to heal quickly, but I feel like having what I have makes that like a little simpler. But yeah, I feel like the game is definitely having like some frame rate issues that it wasn't having before. And I think it's because of my graphics driver update, but it's not bad, so I'm gonna just try my best to ignore it, and I hope it doesn't bother y'all too much. Because it's not like constant or anything, it's just like certain areas seem to be like slightly framier than they used to be. Don't get me wrong, with my specs, the game wasn't running like completely flawlessly smooth anyway in like some areas. But
Better be worth my... Alright, let's see what you've got.
what did we get here? New Soulbinder. Fires a projectile that attaches to the enemy, dealing 40 damage. Enemies within 7 meters become bound to the primary target after impact and share 60% of damage dealt to them. That could be really cool against big groups. Because, you know, from what it sounds like, is like you attach this to one thing and then it pulls in other things to it, or at least binds them, not pulling them necessarily, but they get their health bound. So if you get like a boss with a bunch of adds, assuming that this works, you could shoot this at the boss, and then the adds that get bound to it will also take damage while you're shooting the boss, which is kind of cool, but not worth my money right now.
Move along, traveler. I'm a busy woman.
How goes it, friend?
Should see how it runs on my Steam Deck. It's rough. The Enigma gun is my new default sidearm, super helpful for groups of enemies. Yeah, I can see that. I've considered using it at one point or another, and honestly, I might use it in another run or something. Right now, I'm really sticking with my Western Classic just because it fits like the theme of my character, if you will. I'm leaning into the cowboy a little bit, which, mind you, the lever action rifle also fits for, but that's the one gun I'm like, it's really good, so it'll be hard to replace, but I'm more okay with replacing it for something else that I find that I might like. But I'm avoiding just buying the coach gun and or the sniper rifle, or like both, you know, because I don't want like an identical feeling run to the first game. You know, obviously my pistol is different from the first game because I used the repeater pistol in that, but I had a really hard time switching to any other guns in the first game because I really liked the repeater pistol and I really liked the coach gun. And then when I got the sniper rifle, I was like, okay, the sniper rifle's pretty fucking sick. At least once I started leveling it up and using it. And that was the only thing that got me to really use another gun, was like I started using the sniper rifle to clear levels with a lot, and then switching to the coach gun specifically for bosses because it just seemed, especially with Hotshot, it was just a boss melter, kind of. Not saying it's the best thing for it, because there's probably other guns that could do just as well, if not even better, especially against certain bosses. But, especially because I didn't exactly have like a build so much in the first game. But as it is right now, I'm pretty happy with how the guns for this class work, and I'm interested in changing at least the long gun at some point. I just don't want to specifically use, that one. You can switch out either engram to completely change. Oh yeah, no, I'm aware. I'm aware that I can switch them out. But the thing is, because I'm playing as a gunslinger and want to play as a gunslinger, I don't really want to switch that one. I did hit max level with it earlier. But yeah, I don't know. I might eventually switch Challenger out for something else, especially since I have the amulet that I'm wearing now. I don't necessarily have to worry so much about like the encumbrance loss issue, because I could still probably wear what I'm wearing now and switch to like the handler or the hunter or whatever for better DPS even, and not have to worry about like having to like reduce to like lighter armor to keep my light roll. But as it stands, I plan to do more runs of this game, or at least adventure mode. I also, I think Charlie and I are going to try to do co-op in this at some point. And I'll probably want to try to do some co-op with some other people. I know Alexandria and I have talked about it a little bit, but I think I might not stream those days if I'm co-oping it all with Alexandria. I think I might wait to see when Alexandria wants to start trying to stream the game, and then I might just join when I can. Because otherwise Alexandria has to like stay up late in order to do it when I'm streaming, and I kind of don't want to like force that on her, so see. But yeah, I think and I'm open to some other like random co-op-y things in the future too. But the point I'm trying to make is I don't see this being my one and only playthrough of Remnant. I'm probably going to play some other runs of it, maybe some challenge runs, probably with co-op involved in some of that. Like I might do like an apocalypse solo run eventually with like some very specific run like build ideas, so that I can make that work, because I know people are already doing stuff like that. It's obviously very hard, but with the right setup I think it's definitely doable. You just have to like really fuck around and find out. There are a bunch of extra classes you can find in the game, like full-on engrams to give you like a different archetype, or do you mean like the combo archetypes? I guess yes would be the answer if it's both. New archetypes. Yeah, that's cool. I definitely want to be on the lookout for some of those. I don't think I've found any yet. At least not that I've noticed. I did talk to Wallace recently and he didn't seem to have anything he could do for me. So I don't think I've picked up anything specific that would do anything like that, but we'll see how it goes. Alright, for now, plus 13 this. Plus 14 both of them. Plus 10. Save my galvanized iron. I'll leave that at plus 10, especially because we might switch to like the spectral blade or something else eventually. But yeah, I'm surprised I've not just naturally found more long guns at this point. Like I've only found the bow because I started with the rusty lever action, of course. And outside of just buying one, I have not really come across any others. And I might even try the bow at some point, but it is sniper rifle-esque at that point, so I don't know. Which, don't get me wrong, that leans into my preferred playstyle, so that's partly why I might want to do it. But, I'm waiting to see what other guns might show up first before just like committing to the bow. And I do feel like a bow is almost like it's cowboy adjacent in a way, but it's not exactly cowboy, It's, Western cowboy, Native American adjacent, but not specifically specific to cowboys. But yeah. Heard that, but didn't want to spoil it. There does seem to be a number of them. Yeah, no, it's good to know because I didn't know. I mean, I think I remember hearing a long time ago that there were like some other archetype thingies, but I wasn't sure if there were actually full other archetypes or if they just meant like there were some interesting archetype combinations that you could do that were like if you did specific things with them. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, I'm still not going to switch up at anything just yet, but I am. We're just going to stay on the lookout for like another ring that we might want to replace the timekeepers with if I feel like it. And a new long gun at some point, but we've now upgraded. Is there anything else I wanted to do before we leave? I don't think so. Hold on to that for some other time. Still not 100% sure what the Blood Moon Essence unlocks, but we'll figure it out eventually. Or what we can craft with it, I mean. Character looks badass. Yeah, this is still just the default gunslinger attire, but I do really like it, and obviously because I'm playing a gunslinger, I like the thematically appropriate look. That's the other thing too, is I've not really come across a lot of armor sets either. I feel like in the first game I had a bunch by this point, and granted, I wouldn't say I have a small amount, but this one, and this one. So the Elder set, the Radiant set, and the Void set I got, I think, for purchasing the Ultimate Edition, or at least I got them for free, I should say. And then, so the only armor set I've even found in the game so far has been the Space Worker set. I've not even found any other, like, individual pieces or anything. The Survivor, obviously, you start with, and that doesn't include a helm, but there's Survivor chest, legs, and hands. So, yeah, replay value, exactly. You know, but that's the point, is like, I'm not too worried about experiencing as much as possible on my first play. I mean, I want to experience everything that I can experience on my first playthrough, but I'm not too worried about, like, you know, missing some, like, other thing that I could either do in adventure mode or I might just do in another playthrough with co-op or whatever, you know what I mean? So we're done with the chimney. We can go back through and do the strange Phalatus is a powerful being called the One of Many, can be found at the Thane Tree. To get there, I have to travel through the far woods of the Widow's Court. It's interesting, but yeah, we just want to go back here, I guess, is the closest thing, technically. You got the red... Oh, you didn't even get the red throne on your first playthrough? That's interesting. Yeah, so I got Yaisha, and it just immediately... That was where I started, basically. And I'm aware you can probably fight... I don't know if you can fight the Empress herself, but you can probably fight her guards and maybe High Priestess or whatever that old lady Pan is, but there was like an option, like I could refuse and it looks like we would go into combat, but that might not even be specifically combat. I might just like die in the cutscene. But I agreed to help, despite the fact that the immortal Empress is maybe not the coolest of people, given everything that's going on here. But who knows? Maybe their outlooks have changed a little bit now that everything's all corrupted by Root. Maybe she's more willing to try to save her people with the rebels and actually try to do the right thing a little bit. I don't expect that she will, but I guess we'll see. For now, because I need to kill the great beast here anyways, like, it's not like our objectives are misaligned. So it didn't seem like it would make sense for me to immediately go into like hostilities with them, assuming that that was even an option, but there was another one up there, but I guess not. Guess I'm going the right way. Don't you dare bump into me. Friggin' fox gazelle thingies. These things hurt when they just ram into you. I do not like that that went whizzing by my head so much, but... Okay, I thought I dodged, or pressed the button at least. See, look at all that regen. I didn't have to heal once. All good. Seemed like he was walking up to me really weird. That was strange.
Here they come.
Regen. There are at least 2 starting areas with corresponding end bosses for Yaisha. Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't realize that you could have different starting areas too. That's cool. Oh shit. Get quick drawed, son. Still more. Take your scrap, though. I'm sure there's, like, some really good scrap farms, depending on what you roll in your campaign, of course, but... And, or, you know, other stuff like that, but... I'm not really interested in, like, trying to, like, specifically... find ways to try hard getting like as much scrap as possible or farm for it. I'm just hoping though that I can efficiently gather a decent amount of scrap as we go. I do wonder if you could fight this thing if you specifically break its eggs. I don't want to. I'm gonna refrain from breaking its eggs, assuming you even can. I don't really feel like angering the big bird that's been relatively peaceful and all that, so... He or she seems like a buddy, a bro. As long as you don't enter the nest, but of course we did without without her consent, but you know, she wasn't here. We were just picking up some stuff off a corpse though anyway, it's not a big deal. We weren't bothering the eggs. I don't assume you have anything else to say.
Ask, Paxul. Of course. May you find
I have some questions. I don't have any more questions. Good talk. Did you collect its poops? Yes, I did. I realized that you can take them to Dwell, the other pan guy, and he can convert them into some other consumables, but I didn't really feel like spending the money on them because they're kind of pricey. They're like 500 scrap a piece. But yes, I collected the bird poops. I guess that would mean that... Well, I wanted to call it a Koara, but it must not be a Koara. It must be like a curry. Because it did say like curry nest. Right? Oh, Koara curry. Alright, so it is Koara. Is like, or Koara is the name of the bird or something like that. Koara curry. As long as it's a spicy curry. You know, I haven't really had like a lot of like Japanese style, like, or, you know, just otherwise like sweeter curry. I think I've had it once. Yum yum, so good. I remember having it once, like many years ago. I think I was like when I was like a teenager. I can shoot you from all the way up here, bro. I'm not gonna. But I bet it would be interesting if I did. Although sometimes I feel like it seems like that's exactly what they want you to try to do. To be like, hey, you know, you can actually start this fight from all the way up here. And doing so will give you like a unique way to fight the boss. Yeah, I've had Japanese curry I think once in my life, and it was not like an authentic Japanese curry. It was made by my brother's at the time girlfriend slash fiance. Like when I was came over to like hang out with them once. It's possible I've had it some other time since then, but I feel like that's the only time that I can think of. So yeah, I don't know if I am particularly a big fan of Japanese curry or not, because I don't really have like a frame of reference. I think what I had that time was, you know, it was fine. I didn't dislike it. And when I say like whether I'm a fan or not, I don't mean like that I would not like it, but rather I just don't know if it would be my favorite type of curry. I've had Thai curries, I've had a lot of Indian curries. I'm very preferential to Indian curries, spicy, savory curries, I guess. Although they have some sweet-ish curries as well. They just tend to also be very spicy. Any scrap? Yeah. So this is awkward. I did not want to run out of ammo right there. It's alright. Regen, give me a hand here.
Oh, it's over. Yeah, bag's full.
The video haunts me. I made some a while ago. It was good, but I don't know how authentic it tasted because I have no reference. Yeah, that's fair. I'd be in the same boat. Mind you, like, something doesn't have to be, like, traditional and authentic to be good, you know? I realize people get very elitist about food.
Won't fit.
But quite frankly, just make something that tastes good to you. It doesn't have to be, like, perfectly authentic. Are some people going to get elitist and even potentially mad about it? Yeah, but who cares, you know? You can certainly, you're not hurting anyone if you're just making it for yourself, but even if you make a video of yourself cooking something and post it online and it's just like, you know, a not particularly quote-unquote authentic, you know, dish from some other culture, it doesn't mean that, like, you did something bad. You haven't disrespected someone's culture just because you didn't make it the authentic way, you know what I mean? Now, you could make it inauthentically and then say, oh, this is garbage, and then say, you know, the people of this culture make garbage food. Yeah, that would be disrespectful. But as long as they're not doing shit like that, I don't think it's a big deal. You really snuck that one in there. Oh, I missed the orb. Hello, puppy dog. Cisco. I didn't even notice he threw another one there. Okay. In Sweden, we have curry and banana pizza. It's really good. I've heard of that. It sounds kind of strange to the uninitiated, I suppose. I don't know if I would like that, but I mean, I can't imagine that so many people could be wrong about a thing. You know what I mean? It's the same as, like, you know, people who like pineapple on pizza. Like, again, people get fucking weirdly elitist and think that that's garbage. I actually don't mind pineapple on pizza. It's not like my favorite thing ever. But like, the thing is, you can make, like, my main thing, I've discussed how I'm not like the biggest fruit fan. Like, when it comes to like eating fruit regularly, is just because like it feels like kind of a chore to eat just like fresh fruit. But I like fruit in a lot of things. I like fruit. I like making smoothies. And I like cooked fruit in a number of dishes. And putting pineapple on pizza, like, if you do it, if you like really overload it, I feel like it could be extremely overpowering. And like, not only that, but it can make the pizza kind of soggy. But a lot of ingredients can do that. You just don't want it to just dump like a giant amount of pineapple, or even especially like pre-cut canned pineapple or something onto a pizza, because yeah, it's gonna be like extremely wet. But like a nice pizza with like a little bit of pineapple and jalapeno and some sort of like savory meat or something on there can be like a nice combination of texture, sweet, spicy, savory all together. And, you know, I feel like that's pretty enjoyable if you do it right. I know Charlie is a big fan of pineapple pizza. I don't think she eats it all the time or anything, but, you know. But yeah, it's the same sort of concept. Like, I just don't think that many people can truly be, like, wrong about a thing. You can disagree, of course, but, you know, if you don't like pineapple on pizza or curry and banana pizza or whatever, then that's fine. That food's not for you then. Just eat something else. I think the only time that even really becomes an issue is if, you know, you're sharing pizza and, like, you know, the people that you're hanging out with or whatever, like, they order a whole bunch of pizza and it's, or just like pizza for everyone to share, but then it's like all a type of pizza that you're just really not into. In situations like that, I feel like it's not a big deal as long as you've had the chance to maybe have a conversation about it. But even if you haven't, oh, he like teleported directly to the spot he was already in. You know, especially if like you didn't have to pay for the pizza and they're just like sharing it with you, it's like, hey man, free pizza, right? You can always pick the pineapple off. Sure, the pizza will probably be like a little sweet or something, but you know, if you really fucking detest it, or if you're like unfortunately just kind of allergic or something, that's a different story. Like, you know, you just can't eat it, but that's not. It's kind of neither here nor there. That's not really a preference thing. That's just a I can't eat this kind of situation because it'll make me ill or dead or something. All food is good. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely stuff that I don't like, but I'm not very picky about food. I will eat most things. There's some things that I don't really eat because I just can't, like, whether it's like a textural thing or a particular... It's usually not taste, it's typically like a texture thing. But if that ever happens for me, it's usually something like that, that I just have a hard time getting past. But again, like, if like a good one would be like Brussels sprouts. I don't really care for Brussels sprouts. I've tried making them myself in a number of different ways to make them more palatable, because well, only in my immediate family, only my mom likes them. The rest of my family are not fans. But, you know, at times that we've like tried sharing meals or whatever, like even currently if I'm like gonna go visit my mom and hang out or something. Oh, I'm stuck on the terrain. Okay, didn't try to jump there, but
Holy hell.
you know, she never makes Brussels sprouts for herself, or for the group because nobody wants to eat them. But the thing is, like, if we're having some sort of like big family meal or something, like a Thanksgiving dinner or something, like, I don't want to discourage her from having like a particular side that she wants to eat, even if we just make like a smaller amount of it just for her. And I'll even fucking cook it, you know, because I know how to make quote unquote good Brussels sprouts. I just don't personally care for them because I've tried them in a variety of ways. And even if I add like all kinds of other things to a dish involving Brussels sprouts, like bacon and, you know, just tons of butter or whatever the hell, you know, I can never seem to get them quite to be exactly how I would want them to be, that I would enjoy specifically. And for me, like, it's a textural thing a little bit, but mostly that's like one of the few vegetable type foods that, like, that one actually does come down to the flavor for me. It's not the texture, but for whatever reason, no matter when I cook them, they taste, it might be a genetic thing, but they taste like a burnt rubber to me. And it's not like I'm cooking them wrong or that she's cooked them wrong. Like, I've had them in a variety of different ways, like, to be cooked. Roasted, steamed, sauteed, you know, thinly sliced. Is that the scrap? I think it is the scrap amulet, yeah. Hang on, let's take a look here. It sure is. Increases scrap pickups by 50%, automatically pick up any nearby crafting materials. I do want scrap, so having that is nice, but I'll probably use it if I ever feel like the need to, like, try to farm up some scrap quickly, because at the moment I'm a little dependent on my current amulet for inventory weight. I mean, I might not need to be now. No, I still do, unless I, like, switch to, like, lighter gloves or something. Because, at least for now, once I get Challenger up a little higher, I might be able to wear this armor set without any other assistance. I don't necessarily care that much about the extra health and stamina, since I mean, I do like the extra stamina for sure, but...
Here they come.
Alright. Oops. I wanted to catch up on chat, and then we got combat activated here. Oh, what the heck? That was a weird time for that to happen. I do like that you can just shoot the leg out from under those guys. They'll just blow themselves up after. There's that lag again. Oh, what the heck? There must be a corrupted boss here. I don't know if we're in combat with it yet or not. Its health bar just appeared on the screen for a second. Sorry, I wanted to catch up on chat. Your puppy is adorable, thank you. I'm sure he knows it at this point. He is well aware that if he just makes a very cute puppy face that he can get out of trouble generally. Oh, buddy. He's a very sweet dog, though. At least once you get to know him. If you're a stranger, not part of his pack, he tends to be a little bit of a handful, just because he is a Jack Russell Chihuahua mix. So that tends to make him, like, because he's small, he's a little scared of new people, and also dogs, like bigger dogs, not small dogs. He doesn't mind small dogs. But big creatures he gets nervous around, so he wants to kind of bark at them a bunch to try to intimidate them and sort of like snap a little bit. But he doesn't really bite, he'll just sort of pretend like he's gonna bite. But I think A, he knows he's not supposed to, and B, I think he's a little too scared to really bite someone. But yeah, like if you just stuck your hand in his face, if he didn't know you, he wouldn't appreciate it very much. But he's really not. He pretends like he's a vicious little hell beast, but he's not. He's just defensive of his humans and or otherwise a little scared when he meets new people. But once he gets to know you, he's absolutely your best buddy. He will want to play. He'll cuddle. Obviously he'll look to people for treats. He's a very food motivated dog. It's kind of how we like to help get him around meeting new people. Sometimes is just giving them like stuff they can give him as like a little treat or whatever, because he'll warm up to people a lot faster. Still takes him a while to get used to it, but when he does, he's always like super happy to see you. I like the contrast of sweet and savory. If you're at a party and you order Hawaiian pizza, then you are doing it wrong. I think if you're at a party and you order a variety of different pizzas, you're doing it right, even if one of those is Hawaiian. If you only order one type of pizza, not really gauging what people are interested in, I think that's when you're doing it wrong. Because, like, don't get me wrong, most people are like, okay, if the one type of pizza you get is cheese pizza, that's usually not going to offend people. But obviously, if that's the food of choice that you get and someone at your party is like, has like celiac disease or whatever it's called, and can't do gluten or whatever, and it's not just like a dietary choice, but like, they can't without problems, or if they're lactose intolerant and like eating a bunch of cheese is not good for them, then obviously pizza's not going to work out for them. So, but hopefully if you're having like an actual party, you kind of give people a heads up, like, hey, we're going to get pizza, so what do you want, ahead of time. And if they can't ahead of time, then you can just maybe give them an alternative that you're willing to get like on the side for them, or otherwise just say, like, let people know as a heads up, like, we're going to be getting pizza, so if that's not cool with you or whatever, either if it is cool with you, let me know what kind of pizza you like, or eat ahead of time so that you're not hungry and left out. Obviously having other snacks on hand is always good too. I'm a vegetarian now. There's lots of good pizza. Nice. Yeah, I mean, Anna does the vegetarian lifestyle as well. Or vegetarian / vegan. um, just so contentious of a flavor that you're alienating someone. Brussels sprouts sautéed cut up with maple syrup and bacon. Ends up like a slaw. See, like, that sounds good. Although I don't think I've ever tried it with maple, but yeah, it's just so weird because, like, the most palatable I've ever had Brussels sprouts are when they are, like, practically shaved super thin, sort of like a, like a shredded cabbage or slaw sort of thing like that. But it's just like, no matter what I do, they just always have this, like, bitter flavor. And it's not like a particular way that I'm preparing them, because I've tried them in a variety of different ways, but they just always taste really off to me. And it's one of the very few foods that I get that with. And again, I don't know if it's like a weird genetic thing, because I feel like it's common for a lot of people to not really like Brussels sprouts, but if they're cooked in just a certain way, that people can be like, oh, these are actually good if you cook them like this. But it's just one of those things where it's like, no matter how I cook them, they never seem to turn out in a way that I can actually enjoy. Like, I can tolerate them to a degree, but I won't seek them out, But that's one of those things, too, like, if the food that you're making, you have to, like, cover up with, like, a million other ingredients for it to even taste good, that's when you start to kind of get to the point where you're like, is this food worth cooking for me? Or should I maybe try something else? And don't get me wrong, Brussels sprouts and bacon is not, and maple syrup is not a million ingredients. Like, that's fine. And anything that creates a good flavor profile with a number of different ingredients is always good. But sometimes you can just get there a little simpler with some other sort of side, you know what I mean? So that tends to be why we don't personally like make that very much. At least anyone in my family. That can maybe be opened. Ooh, secrets. I just wondered what would happen if I jumped. Might have even been a little foolish to do that, honestly, because it could have not been a nice little secret, and it could have just glitched me like the fucking Dark Souls 1 well or something like that, or not glitched, but just led to an immediate death. Glad I noticed that there. Berserker's Crest. Check that in a second once I know for sure that there's nothing sneaking up on me here. Creeping up. Alright, I think we're good. Oops. Increases melee charge speed by 20% and reduces melee stamina cost by 25%. Probably a pretty good melee ring. But that consumes a lot of stamina to do. We're in this very deep water, so we can't run or roll normally. Glad that dude. Oh, that happened again. The thing's. Oh shit. This is real bad. I don't want to deal with you here. I can't get away from him in this water. This is some bullshit. There was nothing I could do. I feel a little gypped. I don't think that should have suddenly aggroed to me down there. I don't even know where that thing was. But there was nothing I could do to get away from his attacks. I don't even think you get really like iframes when you're trying to go through the water like that. Do you want to know about an amulet that you can easily get that decreases encumbrance? Maybe later. I'm not sure that I really need it, to be honest, but I'm not gonna worry about it too much right now. These guys really do like to kind of sneak up behind you because they'll spawn from like the tombs behind you sometimes. All right, this time when we get back down there, we'll seek out the corrupted boss dude and fight him before we try to go down into the watery area. I'm not even sure that there will be anything else for us to get down there, but
Here they come.
yes, give me all of the goods, please. More monies. Okay, we got an elite somewhere. Those guys aren't too bad, as long as you can shoot them in the head, I guess. This dungeon is not super short. I feel like we must have been close or getting close to the end of it, or at least whatever leads to the lower end of it, because there was all that stuff that we were able to see from up above. I don't know if that connects normally or if there's like an extra door leading to it. Because I am thinking it's possible that there could just be a checkpoint close to whatever that boss or whatever shootable creature was way down there that was viewable from the beginning. But closer to me. See? Sneaky bastages.
Yeah.
Alright, so this time I won't jump into a little crypt thingy. I think I just somehow aggroed that guy from a really long distance even before we would jump down there, and he just slowly started making his way towards us. Because I feel like he wasn't actually spawned that close to where I initially was. I could be wrong. He might just be like right over here, but... Some of the enemies in this also remind me of stuff in Control, too. There was, like, the Labyrinth in Control. Or, sorry, the Labyrinth in this reminds me of some stuff in Control. There's some other things as well that do. And it's not because I think that they specifically tried to, like, to use ideas from Control with this. Alright, this does lead down there, but I guess you have to open it from here. I guess maybe you have to fight that thing down here, then? I was gonna just not go down here, but... What? Buddy? But maybe we can just kind of, like, fight him on the stairs a little bit here. You dead? Problem is I want this guy to aggro before I get close to the stairs and shit, but I don't think he's gonna. So I need to, like, find a way. I need to, like, immediately start backtracking, assuming he actually did spawn here normally, because it's possible it was a glitch. If I can just get past him via the stairs, that would also be acceptable. Just get there quickly. There we go. Open the door very fast. Ow. Okay, that puts us in a better position. Alright, he has thick skin and empower, which I'm assuming me. Oh, okay. Just happen to run into another one. Another regular one here. Well, okay, sure, I guess. Come on, reload. Why the game didn't want me to reload my gun there. Fuck, I hate when I get stuck on the terrain like this. It's lame, dude. Come on. Like, most of the time they throw that shit like right at you, and then sometimes it like lands on the floor next to you instead. All right. Oh, what the fuck? Come on, game. I actually didn't think he was gonna bleed there. I'm surprised he did, because I was just like, oh wait, this isn't the enemy I was thinking of that this worked on earlier. Okay. Also, there's a plane flying in overhead. I hope you guys probably can't even hear that, but if you do, that's what's going on. Okay. Oh. Oh, right. Hardened Iron is the one after Galvanized. For a second there, I was just like, why did I get like a weaker one? Okay. Extender. Increases magazine capacity of this weapon by 20%. And reload speed of this weapon at level 10. I get one extra bullet. That's kind of funny. It probably still only shoots this. I believe it's still just 6 shots. It's not gonna shoot like 7. But I don't know if I care about the other like increase to reload speed in between enemy kills. One that I had in there, Lively. Like, again, not that it's bad or anything, but I don't know that I was really noticing much of a difference, frankly, from when I put it on to now. So, but leveled up extender could be decent. I don't know if I would prefer battery to be in this. I feel like it makes more sense in the Wrangler just because this tends to be a little bit more of a boss killing weapon, and when we can hit weak spots, this is going to be the bigger damage output, so I've been kind of prioritizing this gun, but maybe extender is okay. It's just one extra round, but that does mean we don't have to reload quite as quickly. I think I'll keep it over Lively for now, but I might replace it, although yeah, that reload seems basically the same to me. I don't really understand. I'm not sure Lively works the way it's advertised, because it kind of seems like it doesn't. Because it's not just faster reload, it's quicker reload between enemy kills. So like whenever you kill something and then reload, it's supposed to be like a little bit faster. But then I never really seem to notice a difference because the reload speed on this is already quick, just based on the natural reload speed of the weapon, but also the rings and stuff that I have on, I think also increase my reload speed, or something I have. Maybe it's my relic thing. I don't know. I have something that's increasing reload speed a little bit, I think. Actually, it's probably just... yeah. It's quick hands is part of it, because I usually reload when the end gun is empty. Okay, let's get another level of fitness. Increase that roll distance, please. Alright, so here's the checkpoint. I'm gonna try doing this, whatever it is, the standard way. We do just have a boss. I'm very tempted to just go up and try attacking this from way up there, because you can target it from up there, or at the very least you can aim at it and it shows up as a red reticle crosshair, which gives you the idea that you could shoot it from up there, and maybe that makes it like into a different fight, which could be the quote-unquote secret way to defeat the boss if that's what it is. But I think we'll just do this the standard way for now, unless we die really fast. In which case, maybe then I'll feel like giving it a try. I should have probably rested at the checkpoint, but I was unsure if I should. My bearings in the arena a little bit here first, since you're not immediately attacking me. So we have a ramp on this side that leads up. We can jump off, probably. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't connect fully, but then on that side there's stairs leading up on that end, but no ramp on that end. Okay, it does look like there's a door leading out on that side too. This is the other reason, is that I didn't want to just like skip a cutscene if I had the option to do this. This feels very reminiscent of the old monk from Demon Souls. Just something about the appearance of it. The wrong way to roll. Pick up the item, please. Oh, okay. Worst timing ever. That's new. It moves. Okay. I tried to roll away from that, but it didn't seem to get out of the way in time. There is a lot going on in this one. I'm not sure if there's something specific we should be targeting when it starts moving like that, like if we can avoid the, like, I don't know, the whatever the frenzy buildup that's happening, if we can avoid that, only if it's just the floating red orb that's important, or if we have to specifically also like try to avoid line of sight with the boss. Like the dude on the throne, I mean. Let's try this again. Oh. What the fuck? How'd you sneak that in there? It's like an extra shot came in like out of nowhere. Like around the corner. Too early. It's nice if I can see the thing so I can time that a little bit better. Okay. Can we even target this guy, really? I don't know. Ads. Oh, hello. I was like, where are the ads at? They gotta be here somewhere. Alright.
Glad that's over.
That was not really particularly hard. I do feel like there was probably more to that fight that we could have done, because I was kind of mostly just hiding in one spot or another, trying to avoid whatever this Red Skull buildup was. But yeah, on another playthrough or adventure mode, I really want to try sniping this thing from up there just to see what happens. Okay, what do we got here? Trait point, another level of fitness. And we picked up Agnosia Driftwood. Unknown runes adorn this otherwise ordinary piece of wood. They seem to slide and slither across its surface. Not while you're looking at it, of course, but whenever you look away. Alright, we'll take that back to the ward and see what we can get from it. Cracked weak spot damage. Is that the other one that we have on? No, we have ranged damage. I wouldn't mind getting the weak spot damage upgrade at some point, or like relic modifier thingy, whatever they're called, into one of these, but I don't know what I would replace, because I want just the overall range damage, since that includes weak spot as well. It's just not as high of a modifier probably. And we already have some bonuses of weak spot damage anyways, but like the thing is, having stamina be managed better seems very worthwhile. And with fitness and the endurance trait, if we had something else that helped us like recover stamina more quickly, I would consider replacing one of those stamina ones that we're currently using. Alright, let's get on out of here. I still don't know if we figured anything out that the flautist could help us with, because we had a quest, but I think that was mainly just him kind of telling us more about the quote-unquote abomination here that we're supposed to kill, the one of many god that was corrupted. Not sure. Alright, what do we got here? Cisco, what you doing, buddy? Are you not content to sit in your bed anymore? To explore? I have my door closed for once because my roommate was here for a while, and it's thankfully not crazy hot today. I mean, it's hot, but it's not quite so bad in here. I haven't shut up the rest of the house to let you just wander, but maybe we could go do that really quickly just so you don't feel cooped up. We've been streaming for over 4 hours already? God dang. I swear, man, time flies. This is what I was referring to earlier, by the way. In the warp chart here, there's like space for at least 2 worlds, I'd say, because it looks like 3 here, but this is normally, there's options on this panel. There just isn't here where I'm at right now, because I think you have to do it from Ward 13, but this one allows you to choose your campaign and adventure mode stuff. Join game is here. But yeah, so I'm assuming there's at least 1 more world, if not potentially 2, but then one of these could also be for DLC later or something. So that's how far into the game I think I am, just to answer Karate's question from eons ago. Or to better answer it, I should say. Alright, if y'all I'm gonna keep going for like a little bit more, but if y'all would give me just a second, I'm just gonna go quickly. I want to let him out of the room here so he doesn't feel cooped up, and I'm just gonna like close a couple of things out there so he doesn't try to bark at any random shadows he sees outside. So here y'all can hang with grumpy ass McCabe here while I'm off doing stuff. I will be back in like 2 minutes if y'all just give me a sec. Alright, BRB. Alright, I'm back, y'all. I just noticed that, like, until a second ago, the music wasn't, like, playing in the ward here. It was just, you know, nothing but creaky boat noises or whatever. I was like, well, if I had if I had realized it was going to just be, like, some awkward silence, I would have maybe put the BRB screen on.
You're back.
Thanks for the welcome back. Anna, that is, not not McCabe saying you're back. Far Gazer calls forth an eye of Legion to gaze at player's aim target for every 0.25 seconds. Far Gazer focuses on a target within 25 meters. A stack of Madness status is applied for 5 seconds. Each stack deals 3 damage per second. Interesting. Max 10 stacks. We could try this. Just to see what it's like, I guess.
We're finished here.
I still really like blood draw, at least when it works. We could see what Fargazer's like. Oh, what does our gun look like, by the way? Interesting. I like that a little bit better than the big lion head thingy on it, because it just, I don't know, all that extra shit on top makes the gun look a little weird, like the barrel. This just makes our gun look like slightly root infested, which is kind of cool. It's like burnt, although the inside of the barrel could probably use a little cleaning out. So yeah, it's with our current thing, it's 7.2 damage per second with each stack. It's cool. Alright, we'll give that a try, just for the hell of it. Yeah, this is a nicer look, I think. At least one that I enjoy a little bit more. Looks more close to like the actual revolver itself and not like just having a whole bunch of extra junk on it. Not that the other mod looks bad, it just... I want my gunslinger's gun to look kind of semi-normal, but still flashy, you know? So, some minimal accoutrement, if you will. A little bit of flair. Doesn't need a bunch of crazy bullshit on top of it. I mean, the bony hippo thing was at least funny to look at. How much galvanized iron do we have? 20? Is that enough to do more than one upgrade?
What can I do?
Nope, we need 12 each. Well, in that case, let's just throw one more level on the pistol. And we'll leave it there. I still don't really want to level my melee yet because I might switch to something else. At least unless we have a surplus of galvanized iron later.
You know where to find me.
But yeah, this happens to me... Well, obviously this is only the second Remnant game I've played, or played through. Specifically, I played through the first game once, now this game currently almost once, or soon to be once, fully, I suppose. But I keep running into the issue of just like not really switching up my guns at all, because I just enjoy using the ones that I already have. If anything, it's perhaps worse this time around, because at least in the first game I did eventually switch to the sniper rifle at least a fair bit of the time. And just use the coach gun for a bunch of boss fights. But in this, so far, I've only switched out my melee weapon in just once. Everything. Other than that, I've just stuck with the same two guns. I do think that the mods make a bit of a difference, but even there, I haven't really switched them up very much either until really just now. Alright, I don't think there was anything else I really wanted to do. Although, actually, hang on, before we leave, how much money do I have? Let's upgrade our mutator a little bit.
Of course.
This will actually give us even more capacity with our pistol. Sure. Won't be able to get the reload speed up there for a little while, but I do feel like it's a little weird having a pistol, a revolver with even more shots in it, like as a Western, a cowboy style gun to have more than 6 shots. Not that guns like that didn't exist or anything like that. I mean, obviously there were ones that only held like 4 or 5 and still worked as revolvers, I mean. But there were ones that held more. They just tended to be like smaller caliber. And, you know, people would call them 6-shooters a lot. So it's weird to have like an 8-shooter or what will probably eventually be at least a 10 or potentially, I don't know. How far does this go up? Probably 50% in max would be my guess at the very highest. So that would be... Well, that would only be 9, though. We're already at 8. So maybe it goes higher than that. But, you know, obviously it's not... It's going to be a bigger impact on a gun that holds a lot more ammo. But even still, half again, as much capacity is clearly good. Right, back to the far woods then. I don't think... We did the nest, we did the chimney, and then the twisted chantry was the other thing, so yeah, we can only really travel forward now. I probably won't go for like tons longer though. I do want to go for like a little bit, but it's not so much that I want to like save anything for next time, but I am a little tired still. Oh, it's like the little Nurgling boys, except these ones roll at you like porcupines. Well, Dark Souls 3 porcupines. Or Sonic the Hedgehog's. Oh, hello. You were already aggroed. He was not dead, apparently. I wondered why he was making so much noise over there. Okay, come on now. Now, those guys can turn very sharply for a rolling creature. All right. Ooh, chest. Don't mind if I do. So now we got little hedgehogs and little birds to worry about. It's like little spike ball dudes, and then the birds have like, they look like almost like axe blades on their wings, or that are their wings rather, not on their wings. I guess they just try to fly into you and slice you up that way. Okay. So far, not a lot to find. We are getting more Blood Moon essence, though. I still don't know what that's for, but hopefully a vendor that we'll run into at some point here, because if it turns out that it's for a vendor here, but that one that we won't run into because it's random or something, like that's going to be a little annoying to like just collect the resource but then have no clue what to do with it. Whoa, that was very sudden music. Nice, now we have one of, oh, we have more than one of these. There was more than one, right? I mean, I got hit twice as though there was more than one flying overhead, but maybe not. Maybe it was just some ability that it had. Man, that freaking fox gazelle thingy is just it's tearing up that house. Just keeps leaping into everything. I gotta find a good good target that's like not super fast to try out my new mod on. Preferably something a little on the larger side, I guess. So I guess presumably something big, but maybe... What's going on over here? Something big-ish, but not, super quick moving or agile.
Okay, this is it.
We got some stuff going on here. So let's get to the checkpoint first if we can. Good. Alright, I don't think we specifically need to rest. We've got enough ammo and stuff. What's going on over here? Root Nexus. I'm out of stam. My god, there's a lot of these boys. I need to, like, get to somewhere a little bit better. Over here too, huh? Fucking really? Stop. Oh my god. Somehow managed to not die through all that, and have not yet healed. Although I probably should have. In fact, let's just be a little smart about it, I guess. Huh? It's kind of weird where he hit me from there. Are there not more of you? Ah. At least the root nexus isn't like constantly healing or anything like that. Whoa, what happened to my aim just then? Like jerked sideways randomly? That's not good. Is this the thing that we fought early in the game, or is this different? What you doing, buddy? Just dying, I guess. Yeah, this seems like it would be much harder if this thing was regenerating the whole time, like so that you'd have to like really stay on top of damaging it. But obviously the waves seem to get like progressively harder, kinda. Let's actually... No, don't do that. I think it... Okay, that didn't get used. Shouldn't have done that while my mod was active, I just kind of wasted a bunch, but...
No more room.
You gonna hit me with another wave yet, or no? Maybe when it's fully dead, there'll be one more. Or not. I was really expecting it to throw one more at me there. What you got? Hallowed egg. Alright, trait point. No, we didn't get a trait point. What did we get? We got a hallowed egg. Spending at least 30% of a firearm's magazine to deal damage increases melee damage by 10% for 7 seconds. Stacks by 5, so it can go up to 50%. That could be kind of cool. What was the other thing that I picked up? I got something that was not an amulet. Didn't I? Maybe not. Maybe I just imagined it. Oh, it was I got a new trait itself, didn't I? Yeah, here we go. Blood Bond. Archetype summons absorb 8%. Or, sorry. I got 8 out of my head there for a second. Archetype summons absorb 0% of damage taken by the caster. It goes up to 10%. Archetype summons, it says, though, so that means that only summons brought about via your archetype does this apply to, you know, so not from mods. Maybe the dog would count for that, but otherwise this will be specific to other archetypes that have the ability to summon things. I don't know off the top of my head what can, if it's just base, if there's any other base classes that can. But I know there's other archetypes out there, so. Anyways, well, so much for the root nexus, I guess. What is this? Blood Moon. Oh! Oh. Okay. Let's take a look at this stuff. Faded Grimoire. Amidst all the strange things you've seen, this object has somehow managed to avoid being categorized as the weirdest. Looks like the fucking Necronomicon almost. Don't know what that does. It's a material, so that probably unlocks some other weapon or mod. So we could get different armor from this. It's probably not the greatest, but we'll see. Knotted Helm. Hauntingly familiar visage, convincing enough to still be alive. To truly know your enemy, you must get inside its head. So I guess if you want to look like a root and a dude, sort of. Knotted Cage. Tightly coiled bark shrouds you like a second rib cage. Its embrace is surprisingly and frighteningly comforting. Knotted Greaves. These boots are surprisingly light and agile, carrying you through the foliage and bramble with ease. They seem to know where to go before you even lift your foot. And the knotted gloves. The deadwood claws fit you almost too snug, making it difficult to remember where bark ends and your own flesh begins. Oh, it's an engram material. I wish it would just tell you that, like engram. I get that maybe that's like spoilery since they just kind of want you to like experiment with things and figure stuff out, but it would be nice to know. Because it's not telling you what it does. Just say that it's an engram so people can be like, ooh, it's an engram. I can get an archetype from this. Otherwise, people are just going to be like, I don't need another mod right now or another whatever, you know, and then you're just not really too sure, right? Hey, Ed, how's it going? Soul Anchor. Summoning increases all damage dealt by 20% for 30 seconds. Okay, so it's more summoner stuff. That doesn't say archetype specific. Soul Guard. Gain a stack of bulwark for each active summon. So this is very summon specific. So maybe this is a summoner archetype. It just seems like everything is leading to that being the case. Increases range and melee lifesteal by 3.5% of base damage. Increases damage taken by 10%. Okay, don't care about that. Blade of Ghoul. Short but thick sword. Thick. Used by Ghoul warriors. Its compact design makes for swift yet hard-hitting blows. Excellent close range option. The damage on it seems pretty decent. Thick with 3 C's. Yeah, so maybe we'll check this first if we get enough Blood Moon Essence so we can check out the archetype. I don't know that we'll use it, but you know, I at least want to see what it can do. I wouldn't mind getting this melee weapon just to see what it's like, and then probably the armor too. I don't know if I'm going to care too much about the rings because I don't think we're going for like a summoner build, but we'll put a pin in all that for right now. I'm pretty sure I've gotten all of the Blood Moon Essence I could have gotten up to this point. I have not seen any other purple wispies yet. Doesn't mean that we haven't potentially missed some. Did I fail at exploring that other room? I think we looked in there. It's probably fine. Let's go this way. I'm going to try to like finish exploring this map and then I will probably call it a stream after that. We'll save some of this for later in the week. I think Charlie and I are going to try to do... Oop, there's some more. Charlie and I are going to try to do Elden Ring tomorrow, assuming that, you know, we're both up to some morning gaming. Okay, oh, right game. I'd like to not be stun locked, please. Where'd you go, Purple Wispy? I only got one of them, didn't I? I guess that wraps around. I did see there was like a purple up there. A purple item. Hopefully another ring or amulet. I'm a little surprised there wasn't like a gun for sale, like of either variety, in that Blood Moon Essence thing. But again, if it's all about a summoner build, it would kind of make sense for it to not, you know, be super gun focused anyways. So you probably want your summons doing as much of the work as possible. Don't you try to run into me. Out nicely.
Yeah.
He agrees. There should have been more purple wispies here. I'm trying to make sure I got them all before I just rush off. Oop.
All right, let's do this.
It's probably enough for the book. But there was a checkpoint right there, so we can always just backtrack to it. We don't need to immediately run. Or I mean warp to it. We don't need to immediately run to get there or anything. We can just continue for a little bit. Ring of the Forest Spirit. Relic healing effectiveness is increased by 15%. Cool, I guess. Kind of not really in keeping with the theme of my run right now, or build, if you can call it a build. It's gunslinger with regen. I don't really know what else to call it. It's not exactly like a meta build or anything. I've just sort of acquired a decent amount of regen for myself that I'm pretty happy with. I don't even know what all meta builds there will even be in this game ultimately. Any little like burning flowers over here.
Okay, this is it.
Accuracy really falls off at that range, I guess. Or I'm just a bad shot. Could be both. Could be either. Is this gonna just keep going this way? I thought this was gonna be a dead end, but now it's not looking that dead endy. What are you? Why is my gun not shooting? What the hell? Yellow. Oh, those guys. They have really good tracking. At least when you roll away and not past, as per usual. Double check everything up here before we go interact with whatever the fuck is glowing and whirring or whatever over there. See if the other one dropped any loot. Show did. Here's that lag again. Might miss tomorrow's stream depending on when I'm done with chores. Oh, no worries. It's all good. But yeah, if you're able to tune in, that'd certainly be nice. Like having you around, obviously. But I totally understand if you can't. Oh, it's another one of you. Okay. Oh, what? I didn't realize that's what that did. No! Fucking root rat. We're just gonna be permanent inflicted with root rot until I take care of it, I guess. I hope I have a thing that gets rid of it. Curse, suppression. I don't think that I do, outside of just straight up resting. It's probably gonna slow my regen down and just make us stop to cough every 3 seconds. Can live with that for the moment. Just glitched out the Huntress boss in Lossam, and I snuck up and charged meleeed her, and she just stood up and slowly turned a step at a time while I meleeed her to death. Nice. Yeah, the Huntress boss was a little bit of a struggle because I didn't really quite have time to really learn her patterns much. Because she, like, attacks you in the streets before you, like, really find where she is, like her main boss arena, if you will. And you don't even have to fight her, you can just go past her if you want. But yeah, I think it took me like a couple of tries, but then when I finally did it, like, she went down very quickly because of the bleed mostly. It wasn't that fast, but she died sort of unexpectedly because of the status effects I had put on her. Sorry, just stretching a little bit. Okay. Man, just gonna be coughing this whole time. I'd like to get to a checkpoint. I know that there's going to be one through there, but the thing is we haven't fully explored the map yet, and I don't know if I want to immediately leave and come back and respawn everything. Hopefully there's not a lot of map left in the other direction, because I'd like to just finish in one fell swoop. Hopefully not annoy y'all with this dude's coughing every 3 seconds. There's even more that way, too. God damn. This is a big-ass map. Got the black lung pop.
Here they go.
Would have been cool if leveling up cleared my my root rot. Get this man a lozenge, maybe? Trying to dodge through the coughs right now. Because it allows me to, like, it stops what you're doing, but you can immediately, like, dodge roll after. Alright, we got a little bit more left. And we can choose an avenue. I think we... yeah, we should go through, like, a big door and hopefully be able to teleport back to the root altar thingy there, where the Nexus was, so I can buy that engram, because I would like to do that right before we finish. Don't mess with me when I got a cold. It's worse than a cold. It's like fucking pneumonia this guy's dealing with right now. I don't really wish pneumonia on anybody, man. That shit sucks. I had that for like months at one point, like literally like 2 or 3, like 2.5 or 3 months or something like that. I was sick with pneumonia. It's not fun to have fluid in your lungs all the time.
Shit!
Why am I hearing you behind me? Yeah, you didn't think I had more than 6 bullets in this gun, did you? Joke's on you, buddy.
Rough.
Oh man. I'll just spotlight you to death. Yeah, I don't know how I'm feeling about the Madness Orb. It's okay, but it just feels very passive. Like I feel like I'm Alan Wake shining a flashlight on enemies while I'm aiming at them. Which is alright, it works, but it just builds up the madness kind of slowly. I feel like I just like having the tactical usage of like, something like Hotshot where I can just activate it and go, or like Blood Draw where I can shoot it at a good time and just instantly hit them for like a bunch of damage followed by a bunch of bleed. Instead of necessarily just being like, here's, you know, a little flashlight that follows me around and slowly makes you go crazy. I wonder, though, if that thing counts as a summon. It's not like a traditional summon, so I don't know that it would. Seems a little unlikely, but who knows? Alright, I think we finally explored... No, we haven't. We have not explored the whole map. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna walk in here, see if there's a big checkpoint. If there is, we'll warp back to the altar, we'll spend the thing, and then we'll explore the little bit of map off the side of the altar, and then we'll call it a stream. If this does not have a big checkpoint in it, then I'm maybe mildly screwed. Okay, it does. This area is very different from where we just were. Expanding Glade. We should also buy some elixir or whatever it was called that allows us to get rid of root rot, because apparently I never found any. I've never really needed it, but there's a lot of stuff that causes root rot here, so. And I can live with it. Like, it's not, it just interrupts what you do every once in a while, but it's not like that bad, really. It's just kind of like a minor nuisance, or potential minor nuisance. But considering you can roll out of it immediately and it doesn't prevent you from rolling, it's not really like a big deal. Alright, let's buy the... Wait, I still don't have enough? Oh, I don't have a scrap. Ew. I would have assumed I had more by now. Alright, let's start by just exploring this a little bit and see if we somehow get enough, and if not, we'll go back and sell a couple of things. Just so we can afford that, because I want to get that engram before we're done here. We might not be able to do anything... Oh. Well, we're not going that way, after all. Okay, well, in that case, we will head back to Ward 13. I don't think there's anything in that little red spot right there. I think I just didn't walk into the corner. But everything else is explored. We'll just remember that we need to go into this one. And maybe that'll connect us to the other side of this, but let's go back to Ward 13 now. Let's try to sell a couple of things. Could maybe get us up to 1,500. We'll just have to worry about buying root rot stuff later. Stuff to, you know, remove root rot, I mean. You had walking pneumonia for months as well? Yeah. No, that sucks, dude. Like, I had it for, like I said, 2.5, 3 months. It was pretty terrible. Trying to, like, work, etc. I remember, I think it was, yeah, it was before I started streaming, like just before. So thankfully I wasn't dealing with it while I was streaming, because that would have put streaming on a hold for a while, because I would have been coughing a lot, and talking for any particular length was not fun. But yeah, you know, my ribs and lungs and everything were like super raw after a while, and like I managed to get through it okay, although I did get feverish like once or twice during the illness, like in the middle of the night. But the annoying thing is, like, at the very end of it, when I was finally like done coughing up the last of the bullshit stuck in my lungs for that like remained after the pneumonia was done, I coughed so hard, and like after just like constant like I think people don't realize sometimes that like coughing repeatedly, like when you're sick, can really fuck up your like your chest, your ribs, etc. Like it's kind of a traumatic action to do to your body. Like especially if like that part of your body is not particularly like used to it. So you can, that's, you know, why like sometimes if you have a day where you've like coughed a bunch, or even if you just had like some other thing that causes like your whole chest cavity, your diaphragm, etc. to like contract a bunch, like just getting really sick and vomiting a lot can do it. But you just end up like having your ribs and everything feel like super shitty the following day. Well, in this case, I was coughing so hard that I finally like got rid of the last of the crap in my lungs, but in the process I like actually like tore something a little bit. Like it wasn't a bad tear, but the problem was like as soon as I got over pneumonia, I had like a little bit of a tear in like the muscle around my ribs or something that took like weeks to heal. Anyways, let me quickly, oh, cures root rot. When did we pick this up? We must have just gotten it. All right, I wanted to sell some shit. Can I just sell shit to you?
Ah, good to see.
No.
You know where to find me.
Sell stuff to you?
Let's have a look.
Yes. All right. Let's sell. How much do we have? We need 300. We can always get more fairy needles, and we'll probably find some eventually or something. And if not, we can buy them from Nimue later. So let's do away with these, I think. I don't think I have anything else that I specifically want to sell. That should give me just enough.
We're finished here.
Alright, let's go buy that engram, just so we have it. I won't be able to see what it does until I can give it to Wallace, but that also, I think, costs like 1,000 scrap. I think it does. Maybe it does not, but I guess I'll double check. But yeah, I would like to never experience pneumonia again if I can go the rest of my life without it, because it was a pretty shitty couple of months. It always makes me a little paranoid when I just have like a really bad chest cold, and that, you know how sometimes that stuff just like takes a while to clear out of your lungs even after you're not really sick anymore? It just always makes me like a little paranoid that I'm gonna get pneumonia again. Sometimes you get pneumonia following a chest cold like that. Or you can, it's not like guaranteed or anything. Bad Moon Rising. Craft an item at the Blood Moon altar. Cool. I don't assume we can immediately equip it. We still have to go get it activated, right? Yes. And I'm assuming it's gonna cost me money, but I will go check with Wallace real fast anyway, and then whether he can or cannot, we will call it a day after that. Both never get it again. Yeah, same. And to all of you, anyone listening, I hope you never get pneumonia, because it sucks. There are worse illnesses in the world, I would say, most definitely, but pneumonia can really suck. Any sort of like, we think of the cold as like not a big deal, which is the same as like why people like underestimated how bad COVID could be, but even shit like symptoms like that, especially when people are like immunocompromised or just elderly in general, or whatever, if you have some sort of particular frailty that you're dealing with, any of those things can potentially be lethal under the wrong conditions, or rather the right conditions for the sickness. But yeah, we still need 1,000 scrap. I really wish this didn't cost scrap so much, but it's not like I didn't expect it.
Goodbye, traveler.
Alright, I think I don't really have much that I want to sell to anyone. I could maybe sell my starting guns, because I'm probably never going to use them, but I don't know if you can even sell those. But even if I can, I'm not sure that they're worth much. I think we'll just try to come up with scrap next time.
Now with
it doesn't look like you can sell guns at all. I could sell a lot of the like iron that we're not using. We do have quite a lot, but I would only get 1,600 for it. I guess if we just sold 100, it's not like we can't get iron again. That would give me the scrap that I would need. Is there no way to do this quickly? I was like trying to like hold the button or press something to make it go faster, but I just have to do it like this, huh? This is me pushing the button very fast. Okay, there we go.
Watch yourself, stranger.
I was just mashing the right button on the D-pad. Alright, let's just go see what it is. And then maybe we'll try messing around with it.
Traveler. They don't like it.
Next time. So I don't know if I'm overly attached to the Challenger one. I haven't really been using it. I actually really like the War Stomp, but I've been forgetting all day that I have it. I could have used it a bunch of times today when shit was getting close to me. In fact, it probably would have been really handy during that, the Heartseed fight, with the gauntlet where I was like going down the spiral and trying not to get electrocuted and stuff. Because there was a lot of clustered enemies I could have just war stomped probably. But either way. Alright, let's take a look at this real fast. Summoner, literally what it's called. Prime perk of it is when the summoner deals damage to their minion, it causes them to enrage. Minions gain 30% increased damage, attack speed, and movement speed. That would have been helpful just as a passive thing when I played the first game, because I accidentally shot my own dog a number of times. I didn't mean to, it just sometimes he'd jump in the way of a shot, or I would just accidentally my aim would just kind of be in the wrong spot in general that he would move into. But let's see. Obviously, we won't get that if we use it as our secondary one, but I don't think I ever killed him by accident. It was just, just grazed him. He was fine. They were, they were love bullets, not not actual lethal ones. Let's see. Regrowth. Archetype trait increases health regen, but wow, okay, that's already in keeping with the build we're kind of going with. And then Dominator is damage perk. Increase mod and skill damage by 3.5% while a minion is active. Sacrificing a minion increases range and melee damage. Loaded Tormentor. Ruthless Tormentor. So you actually get summon skills. We can bring about our own little Sonic the Hedgehog here as a root hollow, or the flyers, and then ultimately a reaver. That was the one that was throwing swords at us and shit. The explosive swords, that'd be kind of cool to eventually have. And my weight is already in a good level, so we could try this. But for the moment, switch back to this, make sure I'm not losing anything that I really don't want to lose. Grants a 28% increase to all damage to enemies within 10 meters. Damage bonus tapers off. Okay, after activating challenger skill, blah, blah, blah. Stamina cost increase for each weight bracket and stamina. Alright, this makes rolling less stamina stamina costly. This is one thing I do like having. The rest, I don't know that I care that much about with the current regen thing that we're trying to do, so maybe we'll try out the summoner build. Yeah, the orb head boy, yep. Could be cool. Could be cool. I feel like starting out, the little hollow is probably not that strong, but who knows, maybe your hollow is actually really good. Regrowth increases. Oh, that's the regen. It gets up to like, I don't know. We're gonna have a lot of regen if we do this, though. Looks like we can have more than one of these guys, too. Question is how many? Is it 2? Is it 3? Or does it just... I'm assuming it's more than one because it had a number on it, so... It's 2. 2 total. Their UI is at least not in the way, so that's good. Did that? Wait. Was I hurt already, or did I take damage for summoning them? Does it cost you health to summon? Yes, it does. Okay. 15%. But with all the regen, that kind of makes sense. Hold to sacrifice. Okay, so you can make them explosive. Cool. For now, I'm gonna leave my current thing on here, but I think we might switch this later. Maybe even sooner rather than all that later. We are close to maxing this out, so I'm kind of debating whether or not to immediately switch or do it after, but I don't know that there's much else that I want from Challenger right now, so maybe we'll just give the thing a try. What's our rolling like if we actually do this? Hold on. Well, I'm not going to see the stamina cost. You know, fuck it. We'll give this a try next time and just see how we feel. But I can always just switch back. But I'm gonna have to like reassess some rings and shit like that just to see if there's anything else that I would prefer to use for a summoner. What did we just get? I thought I had something for summoners as in a ring too, but maybe it was not, and it was just the trait. Yeah, I guess it's really only the trait that we have. And having them absorb damage for you could be kind of good, but I don't know that I've needed that so much. I don't usually fuck around too much with summoner builds in games like this just because they have a tendency to... I get distracted by having a bunch of extra like minions on the screen, but we'll see. Let's just leave it in there for the moment, and if we don't like it, I can always just switch back. But for now, that's gonna be it for today, I think. Y'all, let me okay, I just accidentally like hit that and exited out of the menu instantly. I was worried that I did something. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call it there, y'all. But yeah, I will be theoretically back on in the earlier time slot again to play some Elden Ring co-op randomizer stuff with Charlie. We'll probably finish it up, maybe, depending on how quickly some of that stuff goes. I think last time we basically finished up Consecrated Snowfield. Yeah, we pretty much finished that up, and we finished up Hallig Tree. I think we didn't do like the invasion fights in Consecrated, but that's okay. We can always go back for them if we want to. We've done all the underground. We've done everything else above ground that leads up to those points. So really all that's left is Farum Azula and Ashen Capital, and that should be it, I think. Aside from just random shit that we might have like missed in little spots, but I believe we've done like, we've been very thorough. We've done like every dungeon and stuff, so. Yeah, so tomorrow may indeed be the last one we do, depending on how long that goes. We probably won't stream for super long just because it'll be a work night for Charlie, so. But either way, we'll probably finish it this week, if not tomorrow. But yeah, anywho, y'all, thanks again for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it very much, as always. We will definitely be doing some more Remnant as well this week once we're done with all that. And hopefully I can get at least my first playthrough sort of finished up before I leave for my vacation. But I do want to play more of this after I'm done with the first playthrough. We'll try to get some co-op stuff figured out here pretty soon, and some just maybe challenge run thingies, maybe New Game Plus stuff, who knows, I don't know. And like I said, we may even do some more scheduled co-op with this, even with Charlie as well in that earlier time slot, so we'll see. But I've got some plans, and obviously there's going to be other games coming out this month that I'll be busy with, so it's going to be a lot. But yeah, anywho, thanks again, y'all. Have a great rest of your day / night. Take care of yourselves, and I will see y'all maybe tomorrow. All right, peace, everybody. Bye-bye.